Charlie, can you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Dram.
Here.
Commissioner Gitzoni.
Here.
Commissioner Henry has an excused absence this evening. Commissioner Mora.
Here.
Commissioner Wax.
Here.
Vice Chair Simons.
Here.
And Chair Chafe.
Here.
We have a quorum of 6 commissioners present.
Wonderful. Okay, so the next thing on our very full agenda is a resolution declaring the need to continue to meet remotely. Charlie, could you please read the introductory remarks of the COVID script?
Certainly. I would like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference pursuant to California Assembly Bill 361. The city was previously complying with the Brown Act orders issued by the governor, which were aimed at containing the novel coronavirus and which expired on September 30th, 2021. AB 361 gives local agencies the authority to continue to host virtual meetings until January 1st, 2024, as long as California is still under a governor-declared state of emergency. In order to continue meeting subject to this exemption to the Brown Act, the Planning Commission must make findings by majority vote no later than 30 days after it starts using the exemption and every 30 days thereafter, and will do so at this meeting and until the governor lifts the state of emergency. City Hall is open to the public during regular business hours, which are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. The planning and building counter has different hours, so please check or make an appointment before visiting. The agenda states that the public may view this meeting that is being live streamed online and on ETV Channel 27 and provide comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into the record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville Planning Commission webpage and clicking on the link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the Raise Your Hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda as well as via e-notification and on social media. At this time, Chair Chafe, I would like to go to item 3 and ask for a motion to approve the resolution declaring the need for the Planning Commission to continue to meet remotely in order to ensure the health and safety of the public, which contains the required AB 361 findings.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I understand that Governor Newsom is planning on ending the emergency order next year. What happens at the point that happens?
That is yet to be determined, but I believe I've heard that it would be February 28th or thereabouts, which would mean that after that, the commission would have to meet in person again, most likely.
Okay, if there are no other questions, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I second.
Meet remotely, do all things.
All right, on the motion by Vice Chair Simons and seconded by Commissioner Dram. Commissioner Dram?
Aye.
Commissioner Gitzon?
Aye.
Commissioner Mora?
Aye.
Commissioner Wax?
Aye.
And I should have noted that Commissioner Henry has an excused absence. Vice Chair Simons?
Aye.
And Chair Chafe?
Aye.
6 ayes, the motion is approved, or the resolution is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will take any public comment under item number 4 on matters within the commission's purview that are not on tonight's agenda. And each person wishing to make a public comment will have 3 minutes. Charlie, could you please read the general public comment section of the script?
Certainly. Now is the time for the public comment portion of this meeting. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on this agenda should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. I will note that I have received 1 online speaker card for public comment. And with your permission, Chair Chafe, I will go ahead and read that now.
Please do, thank you.
All right, this is from Corey Friedelwitz, 6400 Christie Avenue. And they say, I find the teleconference meetings very helpful as a busy citizen that can't show up in person as often as I wish I could. Could we establish this as a standard instead of only when there's a state of emergency? And that is the end of that public comment.
Thank
I
you
will
for the commenter.
check my email to see if I've received any other online speaker cards. Up until a few minutes ago, I had not. I do not see any additional public speaker cards. Online speaker cards. I also do not see any raised hands among the attendees.
Okay, great, thank you. So then we will close the public comment period and move on to item number 5, which is approval of the action minutes from September 22nd, 2022. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments about the minutes? Okay, I don't see any. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the minutes as they stand?
I make a motion.
Would anyone like to second?
I'll second it.
Was that Commissioner Gizzoni?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, on the motion by Commissioner Dram, seconded by Commissioner Gizzoni to approve the minutes of the last meeting. Commissioner Dram?
Aye.
Commissioner Gizzoni?
Aye.
Commissioner Henme is absent. Commissioner Mora?
Aye.
Commissioner Wax?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simons?
Aye.
And Chair Chafe.
Aye,
6 ayes, the minutes are approved. Thank you.
thank you. All right, so now we will move on to item 6, the Community Development Director's Report. Back to you, Charlie.
Thank you, Chair Chafe. So this is my report mostly on recent City Council actions and a few other items of note. The City Council has met 2 times since your last meeting, and those 2 council meetings were on October 4th and October 18th. On October 4th, on the consent calendar, the City Council unanimously approved the second readings of ordinances amending the planned unit development, preliminary development plan, and the development agreement for the Marketplace redevelopment project. As you know, the final development plan for that project will be before you later this evening for consideration of your approval. On October 18th, the council held a study session on the upcoming 2023 to 2028 capital improvement program, including an overview of the proposed process by Public Works staff. The CIP will be coming to the commission early next year for your input, and also later to make a finding of conformity with the general plan, which is required by state law. The council unanimously approved the first reading of an ordinance amending the planning regulations to make permanent certain temporary regulations pertaining to sidewalk cafes and parklets that were enacted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The council accepted all of the modifications that were recommended by the commission at your September 22nd meeting. And the ordinance will come back for second reading on November 1st and will then take effect on December 1st. The council approved the annual purchase award from the Emeryville Celebration of the Arts exhibition. This year's purchase consists of 4 large metal bugs entitled Ant, Grasshopper, Mosquito, and Stag Beetle by Emeryville artist Ken Kalman. The artwork will be installed at yet to be determined locations in city facilities. And the council unanimously approved the first reading of an ordinance to simplify the procedures for cabaret permits. Such permits are required for venues featuring live entertainment that is open to the public. The amendments would allow the police chief rather than the city council to approve such permits, and would make the permits good for 3 to 5 years as opposed to the current annual permits, and would also make other changes to simplify the process. This ordinance was prepared by Economic Development and Housing staff of the Community Development Department at the direction of the City Council. And that will be coming back for second reading on November 1st, and if passed there, will take effect on December 1st. And in other news, I have several items of note to report to you. First, I want to note that the annual Harvest Festival is happening this Saturday, October 29th at ECCL, and I believe that is from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Secondly, there is a new piece of public art which is going to be unveiled. This is called Chocolate Cake with Rainbow Sprinkles. It's a big piece of virtual cake, I guess. This is going to be unveiled in Christie Park at the corner of 63rd Street and Christie Avenue on Sunday, November 6th at 1 p.m. And the first 100 guests will be treated to actual cake from a girl called Pinky, which is or was a tenant in the public market. This work is part of the public market art master plan. Next, there will be a ribbon cutting for the improvements at Point Emery that have recently been completed and that are in process. And that will be on Thursday, December 1st at noon. Next, I am sorry to announce the departure of our assistant planner, Annalisa Garcia. She has left us for greener pastures in the planning department of the city of San Ramon. And we are now recruiting for a new assistant planner. So if you know of any great candidates, please send them our way. I will note that our veteran planner, Navarre Oaks, will be filling in for Annalisa tonight. You might have noticed Annalisa's name on a couple of the staff reports. She prepared them before she left. And Navarre will be presenting those two projects on Annalisa's behalf. Finally, I just want to remind you that the Planning Commission does not meet in November. We hope that you will be enjoying the fourth Thursday of November, which is of course Thanksgiving Day, with your friends and family. The next Planning Commission meeting will be on the second Thursday of December, which is December 8th. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Wonderful, busy times. Does anyone have a question for Charlie? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much, Charlie. We'll move on to item 7, which is declaration of ex parte communications and conflicts of interest. So if you have any ex parte communications or recusals related to tonight's agenda, now is the time to announce them. So I will just look for hands here if anyone has anything they want to share. Okay, so I'm going to go in order of what I see on my screen, and that would be Commissioner Dram first. Go ahead.
Yes, I have meetings with item 8.1 and 9.1.
Thank you. Commissioner Wax.
Same, 8.1 and 9.1, met with representatives of Oxford and CA Ventures. I believe that's the right name.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Gazzoni?
I was contacted by the parties for 5850, but that was as far as we went as discussing possibly having a discussion, but nothing beyond that happened.
Thank you. And then you have a recusal as well, right?
For item 9.1, yes.
Okay, and Charlie, at this point, we don't need that information, right? He can state that when the item comes up?
Yes, he would need to specify what the conflict is at that time.
Okay.
Commissioner Simons.
I think I attempted to, but did not meet with Oxford Properties. I missed the meeting via schedule, so entirely my fault.
Okay, and Commissioner Mora.
I had a meeting with Shellman Christie Corporation for 8.1 and also the Oxford for 9.1. And I believe I'll be recused for the ratio sign 9.2.
Thank you. And for myself, I had a meeting with Oxford pertaining to 9.1. Okay. Go ahead.
Chair Chafe, I would just also like to announce, although he is absent this evening and will not be participating in the deliberations except by way of a written statement that he provided to me. This is on item 9.1, the Marketplace Project. Commissioner Henme reported to me that he had a meeting with the applicant on October 19th.
Thank you. Okay, so that takes care of item 7. So now on to item 8, and this is a study session for 8.1 on 5850 Shell Mound Life Sciences Tower. At this point, are there any conflicts of interest, specifically recusals pertaining to this item? I don't believe so.
I would note that if he were here, Commissioner Henry would need to recuse because he lives within, he owns his home within 500 feet of the site. He did provide a statement to make under public comment.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other recusals to announce, Miru, I believe you're giving the staff presentation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Go ahead.
Right. Good evening, Chair Chafe and Planning Commissioners. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let me know if you can't see it, otherwise I'll go ahead.
We can see it.
Okay. All right, so this is a study session for 5850 Shelmont Street. It's a redevelopment of approximately 1.5 acre site, which is located at the intersection of Shelmont Way and Christie Avenue. The redevelopment will involve removal of the existing 61,000 square foot building and construction of a life science tower with housing. So this is the fourth Planning Commission study session, and it also includes a City Council study session in the past year or so. And the key issue here, really, that needs resolution is regarding the mix of uses. Since the parcel size is about 1.5, a mix of uses is required where one use must be residential. The regulations do not specify the proportion of the mix between residential and non-residential uses, and it is up to the discretion of the Commission to determine whether the proposal qualifies as mixed use. So in the first study session that the Commission had, the proposal was for a life science tower. At that time, the reason why residential was not feasible was questioned, and so the second study session was devoted by submission of a financial analysis by the applicant, which was then peer-reviewed by a financial consultant hired by the city, and both concluded that residential on this site at this point of time is not feasible. The third study session was when the applicant came with the life science tower and added 6 townhouse units. This was reviewed both by the Commission as well as the Council, and both the bodies felt that the amount of the residential units was not adequate for this site. We are now here for the fourth study session where the amount of residential units have increased to 30 units. And these are 30 units and all of them will be affordable. So in terms of the project description, the life science tower remains approximately the same. It's a 14-story, 240-foot high building accommodating around 350,000 square feet of life science space and 30 affordable residential units. The split in terms of unit type is in front of you. They do meet a mix of, they do meet a family-friendly guidelines regarding the mix of units. As I mentioned, they are all going to be affordable. The affordable levels, 20 units will be at very low income and 10 units will be at low income. So the site plan, this is the new site plan. The main difference here is that the residential is still lined along the alleyway on the north of the site. There is now a residential lobby, and the lobby for the R&D building is shifted a little towards the Shellmound Way here. The garage entry and exit would be off Christie Avenue as before. These are the typical floor plans. Of note is that there is a residential terrace open space for the residential development. This is roughly about 1,000 square feet. And at the 6th level of the building, there is an amenity terrace for the employees and the tenants of the lab building. And this is approximately 16,000 square feet. This is the section, the building section. As you can see, there are 5 levels of residential, and the rest, and the parking as well as the lab. This is roughly in addition to the mix of uses. The other issue was regarding massing that came in form of comments from the Commission and the Council. And I'm going to let the applicant kind of explain the process through which they have arrived at their building massing. So in terms of conformity to the planning regulations, not much has changed since you've been looking at this proposal. It lies in the MER zone. There is a transit hub overlay. R&D is allowed with the use permit. Residential is allowed by right. FAR, the bonus here, the base is 3, which can be increased to 6 with a bonus. They're proposing 6, so they will need 100 bonus points for FAR. Regarding height, the base height is 85 feet, which can be increased over 100 feet with a bonus. And the maximum height for the project is 240, so it will require a full 100 points for height as well. In terms of residential density, the base is 85 units per acre, and the bonus is 170, and what they're proposing is 20 units per acre. As you know, bonus points are to be obtained by 2 ways. One is for non-residential projects, the applicant needs to obtain half the bonus points by paying an additional affordable housing impact fee. So this calculates in today's dollar, if a building permit were to be issued today, to $3.5 million. The remaining 50 bonus points have to be earned through provision of community benefits. The applicant has identified additional public open space on the ground floor, at the ground level, and also by providing additional family-friendly units for obtaining community benefits. The project provides 6 additional family-friendly units, and family-friendly units are considered to be 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. And so the additional 6 additional family-friendly units will qualify for 5 bonus points. In terms of parking, like I mentioned, this is on the transit hub overlay, which reduces all required parking by 50%. So what is allowed is 0 to 397. What they are proposing is well below what is allowed, and that is 315. So it does comply with parking regulations regarding bicycle parking. What would be required is 71 short-term and 99 long-term spaces. They are showing a bicycle parking room on the ground floor, which would qualify for long-term spaces. At this time, short-term parking has not been identified. In terms of open space for non-residential use, what is required is about a little under 18,000 square feet, of which about 3,500 square feet need to be in form of POPOs, which are publicly accessible open space. What they're proposing is about 10,000 square feet of amenity space on the 5th floor, and they are also providing an additional 16,000 square feet of open space on the ground floor. For the residential, they are providing 950 square feet in terms of roof deck, and they have indicated that there will be private open space in terms of balconies for some of the units. But those are details which would come later. Sidewalk design guidelines, Shell Mound Way is considered to be in the pedestrian priority zone, where a minimum 12-foot sidewalk is required, and Christie Avenue is designated as a green street where 15-foot sidewalk is required. The project complies with both these requirements. So in terms of the issues to be considered by the Commission today is essentially the mix of uses. The project is primarily an R&D building and with 30 BMR residential units. Does the Commission feel that this mix of uses is appropriate for the site? And the other question for you is, do you have any comments on the preliminary design concept? So that concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any questions. The applicant also has a presentation.
Thank you very much, Miru. I'll open it up to see if any commissioners have questions for Miru, clarifying questions on her presentation. Okay, so I don't, David Moore, go ahead, Commissioner Moore.
Just a quick question. It more has to do with kind of how the bike lane interfaces on either side. Is there any comment, Miru, you can make about what that looks like as it enters the public market area?
You know, I don't have a slide ready to show you, but if you give me a minute, I'll look at the plans that they have and bring that up in a minute. So maybe you can carry on with the other questions while I bring that up.
I can also add a little bit to that. This idea has been brewing for quite a while, and one of the citizens who was really promoting it prevailed upon the previous owners of the public market. This was many years ago when it was still owned by TMG, and they agreed to put in a little, it's not exactly a standard class 1 bike path, but there is a connection. You'll notice if you go over there in the space where Urban Outfitters used to be, where the art show is right now, there's a little connection path between the parking lot on the west side and the Shellmont Street sidewalk on the east side. And that was put there with the intent of eventually connecting to this path. So somehow it would get across that parking lot and go over to that. Now I have to say, once you get to the sidewalk on Shellmont Street, it's a little dicey because there's no curb ramp there. And how that connection ends up being made, I don't know. But there is an intention of connecting to that path on the other side of the parking lot.
So this is the closest I can see. So this would be the bicycle path right here along their property line, and it would connect to Shellmount Way through here.
Yeah, that's where the path is that I was mentioning.
I see. Thank you.
Commissioner Simons, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Can we talk about this public space issue that you described briefly? It sounds like there's maybe some disagreement about what counts. I know it's a weirdly shaped property with sort of that curvy line. Can you just sort of lay out the issue with that?
So let me just share my screen again. Oops. So this is more of details that will be worked out as the plans get more refined, but essentially this is kind of the property line right here. So it is not clear whether this area that is outside the property line and considered to be public, public right-of-way is included in that 16,000 number that they're quoting. But it is still, there's still sufficient open space that they're counting. So it's really just as an FYI to the applicant that, hey, we have not forgotten this, but it's not a big, they have plenty of room even when they exclude this if they want additional bonus points. I'm not focusing on that right now because this will get cleaned up if this project moves forward.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Great, thanks, Maru. Any other clarifying questions? Yeah, Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
How does this pedestrian path line up with what is proposed at 5801 Christie?
So the 5801 Christie is, they've been, you will see that in December. It's coming to you in December, and we will show you to what extent these paths actually connect. I don't have a slide right now. I think visually it'll be easy to show you once we have that.
Okay.
But that is the idea. Yeah.
I would also note that though that is also a rather awkward connection because this path comes out onto Shellmount right across from the little FedEx building there. And then you have to jog around the FedEx building to get to the 5801 site. Plus you have to cross Shellman Street. So it remains to be seen how that will be worked out. I think it's most likely that, I don't know about bicycles, but at least pedestrians would probably just go down the sidewalk on the east side of Shellman, on the east side of Christie to the intersection and then cross there to the 5801 site.
Okay.
And actually, I have a question following up then. Since this it seems like this bicycle path is spanning a lot of projects that are currently being discussed. Is there any precedent from the city side or like best practices in terms of bringing those discussions together? Is it kind of just dependent on which ones go first and then building out options for how it would connect to others? What role does the city or the planning commission play in bringing all of that together?
Well, I think it's what you said, Chair Chafe. It's really just all the different projects trying to conform. I will note that in the current pedestrian and bicycle plan, which, as you know, is being updated with the new active transportation plan, there is a dashed gray line on the map in this location from the edge of the freeway over to the bridge over the railroad tracks that says improved pedestrian and bicycle connection or something to that effect. So this concept is memorialized in a plan that has been adopted by the city council. Then the question is, how do you implement it? It's a little bit analogous to the Greenway, where the concept was to have a continuous, ped bike path, linear park from one end of the city to the other. And then it's gotten implemented incrementally along the way by a whole lot of different projects. And we just try to make sure that as those projects get designed and constructed, that it all connects together in a seamless way. This particular one is a little more challenging because of all of the things I mentioned. But the idea is there is a city policy to have this connection, and we're trying to implement it through these different projects.
It's helpful. Okay, any other clarifying questions for Miru? Nope. Okay, so let's move on to the applicant's presentation. If you'd like to go ahead, I'm not sure who I'm turning over to. Is it Mike Lee?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I'll ask Strachan if you could put up the presentation, please. Perfect. Excellent. Well, as always, Miru, thank you very much for your detailed presentation. And again, it's a pleasure to be in front of the Planning Commission again. It's great to see a number of familiar faces, and also to welcome some of the new commissioners as well. For those who are on the call and or listening in who don't know me, my name is Mike Lee. I'm an SVP of Investments at CA Ventures, and I'm joined by other members of the 5850 project team this evening, including Strachan, Pete, as well as Alessio. We're excited, like I said, to be back here in front of you with an updated proposal for the 5850 Shell Mountain project. As Miru touched on, we previously presented at the May Planning Commission meeting, followed by the June City Council session. And after Economic Planning Systems confirmed that the building residential in scale on the project site would be infeasible, and we then proposed some elements of residential, we were initially disappointed to hear that more residential than initially proposed would be required. So after working on the site in various capacities for nearly 4 years at this point, we wanted to make one final attempt to think of a project that really works for all stakeholders involved. And so we took away the comments from the meetings in May and June and revisited the project with really 3 primary goals in mind. The first and probably the most important was to revisit the site to think of a way to increase the overall number of residential units within the project. The second was to look at how we can better blend the tower within the Christie corridor so it's not as imposing on the Christie street when you look at it from various angles, and so that it blends better with the surrounding area. And lastly, to make sure that a project like this is able to actually get out of the ground and be deliverable so that we can improve the site and the 3-story office building that's there right now. So after a couple months of really looking at this over the course of July and August and refining it during September before submission, we adjusted the orientation of the site and managed to increase the overall residential unit count to 30 affordable units while still maintaining a mix of uses which we believe will be financeable in the capital markets. It's worth noting, and I think Miru mentioned it very briefly, it's been 10 months since Economic and Planning Systems presented their findings on the feasibility of the residential-led project. So we also revisited those key drivers of construction costs and rents to see if their findings from 10 months ago still hold up, or if the markets have moved in a way that would make more residential on the project site possible, or even potentially a fully residential project. We'll come on to that in a little bit, but unfortunately there hasn't been too much movement in that over the last almost year. So lastly, really our hope from this meeting, before I turn it over to Strachan to walk through the architectural changes, is to receive feedback, and hopefully favorable feedback, on the updated orientation, as well as the increase of the residential units from 6 to 30 units, in the hopes that we may be able to progress with this project following this meeting and following favorable feedback from the City Council when we go in front of them next. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Strachan to walk everyone through the updated design and show you how we arrived at the newly proposed orientation to be able to fit the additional residential units on site.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Strachan Forgan, Principal with SCP Architects. As you know, the site is currently an underutilized vacant office space, and this project proposes a mixed-use transit-oriented development that will bring jobs, as well as 30 housing units to the site. As well, the project will provide a bicycle lane and improve public spaces and sidewalks around the perimeter. The site's really well located to take advantage of public transportation and to extend the existing bicycle network. It also has great freeway access. As we look at the site in detail, you can see the new bicycle path to the north. The vehicular and loading access is restricted to be from Christie only, and because no vehicular access or drop-offs are possible along Shell Mount. You can see that the existing building footprint comes very close up to the sidewalk along Christie Avenue. The previous building basically oriented the tower. Hopefully you can see the mouse, but you can see the outline of the tower north to south on the plan. And when the affordable residential units were added fronting the bicycle path, it made the separation between the two programs on one site to be a bit more challenging. And this issue was compounded when we were asked to increase the quantity of the housing units. So we really went back to the drawing board on this with that feedback, and we considered 4 different site strategies, ways of organizing the programmatic components on the site. And you can see those outlined here with their relative pros and cons. It quickly emerged that alternative A was the best outcome for a number of reasons that I'll go into in more detail. But you can see alternative B essentially slid the current orientation of the tower closer to the west boundary, which unfortunately caused some issue with fire separation and operable windows along that edge, and also did not allow for additional residential units. Alternative C pushed the tower to the north of the site, and we felt that unfortunately that would create the larger element on Christie and put the residential units on Shell Mound, which seemed counterintuitive. And then alternative D aligned the tower with Christie, but again didn't really allow for a good separation between the life sciences and the residential, and didn't allow for more residential, which was the initial impetus for the investigation. So if we look at the detailed site plan, you can see that the residential program and the life sciences are separated on the site now to the greatest degree possible. So though we have a mixed-use project, we are keen to try and separate those two uses to the greatest degree possible. The residential uses all line the new bicycle path, and the residential lobby helps activate Christie Avenue. And the residential bar in general helps to mitigate the scale of the proposal, allowing the residential to step up and then have the tallest element, the tower, aligned more with Shell Mound, which is more of a commercial frontage. You can see that there's still a generous amount of open space that's proposed at the ground floor, particularly along Christie Avenue, but essentially all the way around the project. These diagrams show how the proposed circulation works around the site. Again, the vehicular access from Christie, the main lobby access at the intersection, the residential front in the bike path, and also accessed off of Christie. The generous public open space, excuse me, around the perimeter, and the new bicycle lane. And then a terrace on top of the parking structure for the office users. And then the last diagram here shows how the affordable housing really relates to the future potential affordable housing across on the other side of the bicycle path, really making a residential enclave at that edge of the site. These perspective sketches show the new layout in context. So on the left is viewing from Christie. You can see how the residential front in the bicycle path helps the scale build up towards the tower in the background. So really Christie is held by the corner of the residential building. And there's a generous buffer as you go towards the intersection, which will be heavily landscaped. And then from the other direction, again, you see how the building's pulled back to allow that that landscape buffer at the intersection. I'd like to pass this back to Mike to give you an update on the residential market.
Are you logged into your account?
Mike, if you're talking, you may be muted.
It's a classic Zoom meeting scenario where I try to talk while I'm still on mute. I just want to say thank you very much for that overview, and
Are you logged in
comes
anywhere?
time, we can happily answer any other questions
Because what I
around
was thinking is
the orientation, but as Strachan hit on,
in the new
the
login.
key was to really try and separate the two uses
But
within
are
the
you
site
are
so
you
that,
logged in?
the residential didn't feel as if it was an afterthought to the life sciences, which it is not. It's now served to better have continuity with the development that's going to happen along the rest of the Christie corridor as the city-owned sites get built out over the next few years, we hope. So with that, I'll turn, as I mentioned at the beginning, back towards just a quick update on the residential market and ultimately going back to the overall feasibility analysis, which was presented during the February Planning Commission, which is ultimately sort of underpinning and restricting the overall number of units of the site, in addition to just the general asymmetries of the site, which also sort of restrict how we can, how many units and how we can orient the site. And so we all know the world is moving fairly quickly at the moment as it relates to the economic backdrop as well as financial markets. Back when EPS provided their findings on our financial feasibility analysis, they concluded that a residential project in scale would be infeasible in today's market, and that it would likely take a significant market shift for any residential projects to maintain or become for any residential projects to become feasible. And so as we look at what's transpired in the last 10 months since the end of 2021, unfortunately, a similar sort of scenario to the past few years has continued to play out, where construction costs across the East Bay have continued to outpace the rental growth within both Emeryville as well as the wider East Bay market. And in fact, it's out of 5 of the last 7 years, those construction costs have outpaced the rental growth, which has further exacerbated the issues with trying to build a solely residential-led project. Can you go to the next slide, please, Strachan? So with that, we wanted to keep it short and sweet and open it up to potential questions from the planning commissioners. But our hope is that the increase to the 30 units will be viewed favorably by the members of the Planning Commission, as we really hope to begin progressing this project in a meaningful manner to improve an underutilized site, which sits as a marquee entrance point to the downtown core of Emeryville, and one that we hope to work with the city on for a couple of years or a few years to come to improve and continue to create a continuity amongst the marketplace and other developments in the area, which continues to make Emeryville the great place to live, work, and play that it is today.
Great, thank you, Mike and Strachan, for the presentation. I'll turn it back to the commissioners now. Does anyone have any clarifying questions for the presenters, the applicants? Commissioner Dram, go ahead.
Is it a good time I ask a question from Miro, or is it too late?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
That's fine. So my question is on the $3.5 million as for the 50 bonus point. Is this something that is fixed and we cannot change it, or we can play with that number?
So Miru, that was a question for you. If you're,
I can respond to that.
okay.
I think that a simple answer is yes, it's fixed. The affordable housing impact fee amount is adopted every year by the city council. So there's a chart for that. And it stipulates in the planning regulations that if you need a certain number of bonus, well, no, wait a minute. Yeah, no, if you need a certain number of bonus points, then you need, for the non-residential portion of the project, in this case, I believe it's 100 points, then that amount of the fee is doubled. So we will simply look at what the chart says at the time that they pull a building permit, and it's per square foot, I believe. So we multiply it by the square footage of the building and then double that number, and that's the amount they would need to pay.
Okay,
so it's not subject to negotiation. It's
no negotiation. Like even we get more units, there is no way.
No, we do these. We separate the residential component from the non-residential component for the purpose of figuring out the bonus points and the payments.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. Thank you for that. Second question from applicant. How many square feet of the residential we have? I tried to find out. I was not able to find it.
There is roughly 34,000 square feet of residential.
34,000. And may I ask you, what is your number for construction per square foot that you're calculating?
We haven't split out specifically for the residential construction per square foot. Since we're still fairly early stages in this project, the construction costs per square foot have been blended across the entire project as a whole on the basis that the residential is built according to timber frame type 3, and the tower structure is reinforced concrete primarily.
Okay, I see. Thank you so much. I'm not sure what is the 4 and 5 star unit on your chart. I just want to know, what is that? What do you mean by 4 and 5 star units?
So so that's that is a quality classification that is used by the data set provider CoStar, and it usually is attributable to properties that are recently built, 4 stars, I believe, in the last sort of 15 to 20 years, and 5 stars in the last 5 to 10 years, and also qualifies for properties that are well located. And so the best way to think about 4 and 5 star properties within the data set are newly built, well located properties, which would be within the competitive set of any newly built residential projects.
I see. That's very helpful. And I think these are the questions I have for now. And you look everything for your, like calculating your caps and everything for this year, or is it short term? How many months you like, how many years you calculate those business model?
For what, sorry?
For the business model that you're putting together, is it short term, or because we are planning for many years, that's why I'm asking. We are planning for generations, not only for a year or two. I just want to see how you look at this project as a business model, for how many years you're calculating your cap rate and everything.
Certainly. So the business model, the development period itself is a minimum 24-month period to develop the property. And our expectation is that there's probably another 12 to 24 months after the property is developed for the tenants to begin moving in and for the property to stabilize. So we're already looking at a bare minimum of 4 years before we even are contemplating the property being stabilized and looking at longer term options with our capital and the potential to hold the property long term. What we're planning to do is we're planning to build a marquee development that really improves this site that we can point to and hold in our portfolio for many years to come.
That's pretty nice. Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Dram. So next I see Commissioner Wax. Go ahead.
Hi, so thank you for your presentation. My first question is a design one. This is 14 stories, the laboratory section, and vertically uniform. And since we're getting a lot of lab applications in this city, I understand that there is sort of an upper limit of feasibility when you're building a lab because of regulations of storage and so forth. But I think we generally find vertical uniformity to be somewhat undesirable. So my question is this something where you could possibly change the massing to be a little bit less uniform if you were able to move some office space vertically and build this maybe a little bit taller but with a little bit narrower of a top, or is that not a feasible thing based on the mix?
The difficulty with having a narrower floor plate than what's already proposed is that it would fall below sort of the lower limit of the floor plates that lab tenants typically require. The minimum or the lower threshold that we've been advised to build, and we've looked at building previously, is around 25,000 square feet gross. Any smaller than that, then it begins to be very tight space, and the combining lab equipment as well as the office spaces within the same floors becomes tough from a leasing perspective, and then there's knock-on impacts from the capital markets if they perceive a difficulty to lease later on.
Okay, so what is demanded then is the floor to have an integration of both the lab space and the office space, and so moving office space more vertical would not help the issue.
Okay. Correct.
Okay. Now, given some of the awkwardness of the site and the way this project is somewhat constrained by its geometry, I'm not the first person to ask this question, obviously, but I need to ask you about the parcel F and your interest in possibly integrating into the site and having more room to work with and being able to have a more comprehensive development that goes from street to street.
Yep, certainly. And you're right, you're not the first one to ask that over the years. Look, ultimately, when we've looked at and taken into consideration whether or not parcel F is a plot of land that would benefit our project, we're trying to see if the real question is whether or not that actually helps or serves to help alleviate some of the asymmetries of the site and would allow us to shift the massing in a more logical fashion. AKA initially when we were looking at it to center the tower on the property more, if parcel F extended further north than it actually does. However, because it sort of only extends about halfway up our property line, it actually exacerbates the asymmetries of the site and creates a little bit more of a difficulty for us to think and work through. The additional sort of risk from our perspective too is obviously we do not own that site, and we'd have to go through a process of trying to acquire it, and we'd be trying to acquire it on the pretext that we either are need to acquire it because it's built into our planning consents, which is a risk in and of itself, or alternatively we have to go and acquire that site and spend money on that site before we know if we can even build what we want to on the combined two sites. For the benefit it would add to our site and to our potential project, it doesn't quite outweigh the risks as we perceive them or have perceived them to date.
Okay. I think that concludes my questions for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Moving on to Commissioner Simons.
Thanks, Chair Chafe. So just a big picture question that I'm not going to ask everybody who comes before us from now until the end of time. If something like the builder's remedy, which our sister city to the south, Santa Monica, is experiencing, where you can do unlimited density with 20% affordable, had been an option when you guys purchased this site, do you think you would have made residential happen? Or is it the costs just still too high? Do you have a sort of very general idea of that?
It's largely the costs are still too high. I think there were previous iterations that looked to deliver even greater massing on the site before the initially proposed 244 units was contemplated, and those higher density developments didn't stack up from a cost perspective, and that was before we've seen the increase in construction costs over the last 3, 4, 5 years continue. So I don't know for 100% certain, but I think historically and my gut today would tell me that wouldn't make a difference right now.
Got it, thank you. And so the next thing I wanted to ask about was on page 22 of your presentation. The single driveway with these 18-wheelers and bikes and cars all sort of squished in there together. Can you just walk me through how the trucks are going to pull in and out? Those just seem very, very large in a very narrow area. I'm sure you've thought about this, but I generally try and think my way through how I would drive the truck. Yeah.
Certainly, I think we've put a larger truck in there, although I don't perceive we'll have full 18-wheelers delivering to the property. Where the types of materials that the tenants will require will be perfectly fine to be delivered with shorter bed length trucks than an 18-wheeler. But I think we will be required to accommodate the appropriate turning radiuses in the event that one were to enter, but we do not expect that that's going to be the case.
Okay, got it. So your city staff are going to pay attention to this and make sure you follow all the rules. It just seemed like a very large truck in a very little place. So, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Mora, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I really appreciate the time you've taken to explain the difficulty of accommodating residential on this site. I know it's been a multi-year journey, and here we are. Seeing the increase from 6 units to 30, I think that's not an insignificant increase. I mean, it's 5 times more than you had before, and I also like that they are family friendly. But I have to ask, in terms of being family friendly, how much thought are you guys putting into what those units look like, or is it too early? Like, do they have washer dryers integrated, or is there a common laundry area? Where are you on the design of those, and what can you say about how desirable you're making these units?
So it's probably a little too early on in the process to fully elaborate on that, because we certainly haven't come to that level of design yet. But CA, we obviously looked at the site from a residential standpoint previously. We have a residential group as well who focuses on designing higher quality units. And even though these will be affordable units, we would still look to bring the same, not quite the same, but a similar level of sort of finishing and quality to the design. You specifically mentioned, washers. We would certainly look to add in-unit washers and dryers in each of the units. One of the things that it's just probably worth mentioning is, the bike room as it's shown right here, right now, is probably actually smaller than we would want it to be, because we want to be able to accommodate having larger cargo bikes within the bike room, since that will benefit and serve to the families within the residential units better than a smaller bike room that can only fit a handful of non-cargo bikes. Overall, though, it's still probably a little too early to we haven't fleshed out those design elements yet.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, Commissioner Moore?
No, that's it.
Okay, great. Commissioner Gazzoni, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, I see you have a little under 2,000 feet of, square feet of public area on the terrace for the housing, and particularly given that it's family-friendly housing, which I think I really applaud, and that you'll probably have children involved. Do you see any possibility for providing additional space for public space for people in the residential area? And also, do you see a fair or moderate amount of that being kind of child oriented of what you have already? And what can you tell us about that?
I'd say it's probably too early at this stage to have a response for you on that. I think that's a very good point to raise, and definitely something that we, if we continue to move forward with the project, can take into consideration and work to provide for.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I think it was very good.
Okay, great. Thanks for the questions. I think the only question I wanted to ask at this point that hasn't already been asked is, what would it take to build 40 units instead of 30?
How many, sorry?
40.
We need to build another 2 stories of residential on top of what we have right now, which would require us to probably cut off a further floor of the life science tower, since we're currently maxed out on FAR. And the analysis that we've done to date has been on adding the maximum number of residential units before the overall economic viability of the site becomes questionable from a capital markets perspective. Now, there's some things that could move and change over time, but as we sit here today, this is the maximum that we are comfortably able to put onto the project and reasonably move forward with.
Okay, great. One last go around for the commissioners. Anyone else have a clarifying question at this point? Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
Yeah, as a follow-up to that, this is for staff. If FAR is a reason they can't build more units and maintain feasibility, do we have any discretion over that?
I'm afraid we don't. The general plan stipulates what the maximum FAR is, with both base and with bonus. And my understanding is that they are at the top end of the bonus level of FAR as stipulated in the general plan. The only situation that there are a few things that are exempt from FAR. This isn't one of them. An ADU is exempt from FAR, but also certain affordable projects that are done under SB 35 typically either don't have FAR limits or they get it as a concession or a waiver, but that requires a very large amount of affordable units. And I would also say that also takes away all of the Planning Commission's discretion, because those projects are approved ministerially. So I think the short answer to your question is no. Realistically, they've maxed out the FAR under the general plan, and we have no discretion short of a general plan amendment to change that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Jim.
I think that was a really good point. How many ADUs we can get? Equal to number of units? I think that's the point, right?
I'm not not sure about that. The ADU rules keep changing. I know in residential and apartment buildings, you can have at least two. I'm not sure if you can get more
So
than
we
that.
do projects as like equal amount of the units we have in the existing property. And that's a statewide. But we need to check that if we can do that, that's going to be 60 units. Everybody going to be happy.
We can go back and double check on that.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. Seeing no more, Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
Just continuing on to that point, because I think he was, Mike Lee was making 2 points, right? Well, one was the FAR, which I think, is a healthy thing to discuss. But the other one was just the economic feasibility of going higher. And my understanding of the construction requirements is once you exceed that 5 stories, your structure transitions to involve more steel. And Mike, feel free to elaborate on that, because I'd like to know, are we talking about, is it strictly the FAR that's making this infeasible, or is it the economic reality and struggle with getting more housing units on there alone? If you could focus on those independently.
So the cost as you go up will increase above the 5 stories that's proposed right now from a buildings material perspective. But because of the FAR, any additional area that we build requires, and if it were just purely a sliding scale and we weren't looking at an actual massed building design, it would require a reduction 1-for-1 in the area, the square footage of the life science use. But because we are looking at a design project, is not quite that simple. And so for adding any FAR to the residential, we'd have to reduce the overall life sciences by an entire floor, which, since we've already pushed our pro forma and underwriting to where we believe is the comfortable limit, taking away that floor of economic benefit that's helping support the residential means that it then gets to a level where we don't have the same conviction, and we've been told it'll be much more difficult to finance in the capital markets based on the cost and return profile.
Sorry, maybe I should clarify. Assuming nobody's taking away any floors of the life science, right? If we're just talking about, so take FAR out of the picture. If you're are we talking about linear costs as you go higher with the residential, or is there a building construction material change to involve more steel that then makes the entire residential infeasible once you exceed the 5 stories? Or is it purely linear, like every floor adds X amount, and then we can focus on that problem?
Trying to think of the right way to answer this, because it's a little bit of all those factors. As you go up the building, every additional floor, it does become more expensive to add that space. But because of what we're proposing to use is the relative cheapest construction type for the residential from a framing perspective right now. And so if we were to go above 5 stories, we would have to switch the construction material, which would automatically increase the cost not only on the 5 stories that are proposed to be developed right now, but any additional stories over and above that.
Got it. Okay. Thanks. That's the explanation. Yeah, that's the explanation I was looking for.
Commissioner Wax.
So without asking for specific numbers, would it be fair to say that if you had more of a footprint to work with, you would both possibly be able to add more residential without having to build higher and have a little bit more room in your FAR, so potentially leading to the ability to build more units?
potentially, yes, if it was, sort of contiguous area that allowed you to, keep the uses in their logical locations.
Okay.
Commissioner Jen.
So that's a question from our previous meetings on April. I think we have a review with the timber buildings for high rises, even high rises. If I'm not wrong, it was on April, and the state is like bringing this mass timber construction for high rises. So I don't think it's gonna be a problem for more than 5 floors. If you remember that meeting, correct me if I'm wrong.
Sorry, is that a question for
That's
us?
from the staff, from commissioners and Charlie.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
So do you remember we had another meeting on April that they were proposing even giving bonus for full timber construction for higher floors?
Mass timber?
Yes.
Right.
And this is a mass timber, right?
No,
So
this is not mass timber.
it's not a mass timber.
I don't believe so. Is
But
this
they said type 3, right?
Master, I believe.
That's
If
type
you-
3, right?
If you recall
No.
the,
Sorry.
let's see. If you recall the discussion at the commission, and what the city council ultimately adopted was that the mass timber would only be, and I believe it's too bad that Commissioner Henry is not here because he was the one who really focused on this and seemed to know quite a bit about it. If, I believe the idea was that mass timber bonus points would only be available if the mass timber was used in a building that was taller than you could normally do with wood frame construction. Because otherwise everybody with a stick-built residential building would be trying to get bonus points for it. So I think that's what you're referring to, Commissioner Grant.
Okay. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? I will count to 3 this time before Okay, seeing no other commissioner hands right now, let's move to open the public hearing on this item at 7:42. So anyone wishing to speak on this agenda item will have 3 minutes. Charlie, can you please read the public comment on agenda items section of the script?
Well, and I will note that this, cooperation, Chair Chase, this is not a public hearing. This is a study session, so
Thank
this
you.
is just public comment. Now is the time for public comment on this item. Anybody wishing to make comments related to this item should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read the comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. I do have one written comment, which is from Rod Henry. Let me double check my email to see if I've received any other online speaker cards. I have not. And I do not see any raised hands among the attendees. So at this time, Chair Chafe, with your permission, I will read Mr. Henry's comment.
Please do.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I am writing as a recused Planning Commissioner and resident of Christie Avenue, just across the street from the proposed project. I commend the development team for studying the project in a new manner and for showing 4 alternatives and ultimately for proposing a significant redesign, which I think is an improvement over their previous scheme. I support the massing as proposed for the following reasons. 1, it intelligently steps the building down to the north where the future affordable housing complex occurs and to the significantly lower height of the Christie Avenue Commons building just to the northwest. 2, this lower height improves the future bike lane and provides a reasonable scale for the housing. 3, turning the office tower 90 degrees from the previous proposal also improves the neighborhood relationship as the narrow dimension now faces Christie. A few suggestions to the development team to further improve the scheme. 1, the common outdoor open space is almost non-existent except for the small residential since common outdoor open space is almost non-existent, except for the small residential terrace on level 5, I suggest adding common open space at the roof level, i.e. level 6. This will be a huge amenity with fantastic views. The residential terrace on level 5 can then be converted into a small community room for the housing, which is normally provided and well used, or perhaps better, if level 6 becomes an occupied roof terrace, then the community room can be added to that level and one more unit can be added to level 5. The developers should also consider adding support spaces for the housing, such as a small management office, possibly central laundry, unless all units have washer dryers. 3, I also suggest rotating the stair elevator core to be east-west, which will open up the corner at all levels. Finally, a few cautions to the Planning Commission and Development Team. 1, when submitting for bonus points, property that lies outside of the developer's property lines should not be counted as additional open space for bonus points. That is, only property that is owned and controlled by the developer should be counted for bonus points. This applies to the odd portion of the southwest corner that is publicly owned and outside of the subject property. 2, traffic is going to be an issue, and the applicant should work with the city's Public Works Division to redesign the street and intersection. For example, the street narrows from 2 lanes to 1 right where the parking entry occurs. This means that any cars heading north, queuing to enter the garage, will block the street and cause traffic to back up to the south, blocking the intersection. Perhaps the street can be restriped or reconsidered so the narrowing to 1 lane occurs north of 59th Street. If this traffic issue is not resolved, there is definitely possibility of causing daily traffic jams on Christie at Shell Mound Light. Thank you for your consideration, Rod Henry.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, Rod and Absentia. Any other comment cards or raised hands?
I'll check one more time. I see no raised hands among the attendees. I have no more comment cards in my email.
Okay, great. Then we will go ahead and close the public comment period now at 7:47. And that means it's time for commissioner comments and feedback. So we had 2 main questions from staff. The first is around the mix of uses. The project is primarily a research and development building with 30 residential units proposed. Does the commission feel that this mix of uses is appropriate for the site? And then on design and other issues, does the commission have any comments on the preliminary design and concept? Is there anyone who would like to go first in offering their comments? Commissioner Duran, go ahead.
Yes, so for the mixed use, I think like we have 34,000 square feet for residential and 10 times of that for the commercial use. And I think 1 to 10 is not a balance that general plan is looking for. I think we need to increase the number of units. It can be through the ADUs, so they can have more square footage and more than the proposed FAR, limited FAR. Maybe that's the way, or maybe they reduce their commercial space and add more units to it. So that's my main concern on this project. Otherwise, I think the changes they made was really good, and I want to echo Commissioner Henry comment about the rooftop. I think we have the better or larger open space on the roof. That would be a significant improvement on this project. Other than that, thank you so much. You did very well.
Great, thank you so much. Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
So I agree with Commissioner Henry's written comment that the overall redesign, it's a significant improvement over the previous one. And even though I'm new to this, I recognize the journey that this site has taken, and this being the 4th such study session. I think all the commissioners would love to see more housing units, but I also appreciate the effort that the applicant has taken to walk us through the economic reality, why that's not feasible at this site. It has a unique orientation and also the overall economic climate. So I think it's worth stating that the perfect is the enemy of the good, and I think this is a very good proposal. I would love to see it progress. So I think we should just keep that perspective in mind as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gazzoni, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the presentation and explanation. I've watched this over, this is the 4th study session, and I'd like to say I feel like it's really made progress. I initially, in earlier study sessions, was very concerned about the fact that this is something that's mixed-use residential area, and it has a kind of a thriving community to the north of it, and the ability to expand, to have a continuous mixed-use residential community. And initially, when there was no residential, and later when there was very limited residential aspect to this, I did not think that would fit in with the neighborhood, but with the changes, I feel like it really makes a good step in that direction. To that end, I also think that alternative A in your massing and locating the tower is good, because I think that keeping Christie, keeping the massing away from Christie to the degree that you can, gives it more of an open feeling on the sidewalk that I think is conducive to what over the years I hope will be a stronger and bigger mixed-use residential neighborhood running north and south. You don't want a big wall coming right up on the edge of that. So in what you do, I hope you continue to take that into consideration. The fact that you came up to 30 housing units, I think is really admirable. And the fact that it focuses on the type of housing, affordable housing, that we use the most, I really applaud that. I think that's great. I agree with Ron Henme's assessment of the tower move as well. And I also like what he said about creating additional terrace space. I think that if it's possible to do that, and if it's possible to make the public spaces family friendly as well as the units, that would also be a big plus for this. I feel like this has really moved forward, and I appreciate your work in doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner Gazzoni. Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
Yeah, so I again, I appreciate the presentation, and I will say that, like, the last time I saw this, considering the very small number of residential units that were being offered, I found it, kind of disappointing. And so the progress that has been made on that front is certainly encouraging. I feel like the developer is making a good faith effort to bring this in the right direction. Being a very new commissioner, I have not the best sense of what our options are. But when I hear that the reason that we can't build more housing here is because of the FAR, obviously, like, I'm interested in exploring how we can move past that. That's a problem, because we need to deliver more housing to this community. But the big elephant in the room for me, and I feel like both this applicant as well as Oxford are aware of this based on the meetings that we had, is parcel F, because we're entering a phase where if the question of parcel F is not resolved, then it's going to remain unresolved indefinitely. And considering we just made an agreement to move some housing requirements to parcel F, I find that pretty problematic. Just from that perspective, I also find it quite problematic from the perspective that this is supposed to be a marquee district for us, and we're going to end up with an underdeveloped corner parcel. And I want to be very clear that I have no intention of withholding a vote on either project based on whether or not there is a transaction on this parcel. But I do want to really emphasize the point that any future point where we punt on parcel F, and whether it is developed by its current owners or developed by the 5850 developers. If it is not done in conjunction with the adjacent development, it's hard to see how you're going to get anything worse or less than a worse outcome for it than if it is. And that can go multiple different ways. That can either happen because Oxford decided to sell this parcel, and it was integrated into the 5850 design, or it can happen because Oxford decided to cooperate and design these two in parallel, so both parcels can benefit from mutual design. The one that clearly offers the most options is being integrated in 5850, but that's by no means the only way to get there. But considering the magnitude of these developments and how much they're going to cost to build, it really seems like in everyone's best interest to resolve the issue and get the best design possible. And now we're also talking about, well, how do we get more housing out of this? And you don't have enough space, and from an FAR perspective, and also how do you distribute things? I understand that the orientation of the tower is not solved by this, but you have other problems that you need to solve. You have distribution of housing units, you have distribution of public amenities, you have the question of whether or not we're getting any kind of frontage for, again, a premier district in the city. And I do feel that those would be easier to resolve with the integration of this parcel. And one further point that I'd like to make on the subject is that I feel like the dollar value of this parcel is kind of a rounding error in context of the things that are being developed here. But it being a corner parcel, I think that it is it is something that is valuable, and when you look at the attention to detail that the city is paying to this, that the commission is paying to this, and the amount of effort that everybody's putting into trying to make this the best district possible, and make all these developments really work together, I think that we're proving the point that we're worth the headache, right, of trying to make these things work. That that our approach to this, our attention to detail and our insistence on high quality projects is protecting your investment, right? And so I would really encourage the two developers to come to the table and see if one way or another you can get this question resolved. I just really think it's to everyone's benefit. And I think that is the way that we get the most attractive possible project out of this. There is another question about parking, which I feel like the amount that has been proposed is not outrageous, but we do of course hope over time to reduce parking demand everywhere, and at some point we're going to have to transition from talking about parking adaptability to actually implementing some kind of a plan on one of these buildings before it becomes common practice, which in my opinion it already should be, not just here but everywhere. Now, I've done a lot of research on the subject. I've talked to a number of people, and unfortunately there's basically one approach where everybody thinks, well, this parking needs to be converted into a completely different use. There are more ways to do that than this, and I would really like for the applicant to consider in what ways a plan can exist when you start having a surplus of parking here, to do different things with it, whether that involves changing parking to something like residential or office space, or changing it to a different kind of parking, because if you start thinking about these things now, the kinds of design considerations that you might make could be very much, a stitch in time kind of thing, because what people are experiencing is they're taking parking structures that were not designed to be adapted, is that there are just a ton of problems, right? And if you're trying to take the whole building and take a parking structure and turn it into an apartment building, there are obviously huge problems, and building it for that increases, costs massively. We have integrated parking here, so it's, you know, it's a little bit of a different question, but that's not the only way. When you look at the objectives of parking adaptability, you know, what you're talking about is, you know, things like reducing car trips in and out. You're talking about reduction of VMTs on our streets. You're talking about, you know, a higher revenue base for the building because empty parking spaces are doing absolutely nothing for the value. You're talking about a higher intensity of human use. These are all goals that can be pursued in different ways. And, you know, that is something that I'd like the applicant to, you know, start thinking about. And if we can get a, you know, any kind of a parking adaptability plan into this project, I think it's going to make it a lot more appealing. I think that is all of my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner Simons, would you like to add anything?
Sure, thanks so much, Chair Tafe. I'll be brief. Really happy to see the 30 residential units. Really happy they're all affordable and we'll actually be able to get families into these family-sized units. I think it's great that they're opening onto a large path or bike path or whatever we're going to call it. I know whenever I'm on the Emeryville Greenway, it feels like one of the most pleasant parts of the city, and everybody who lives there is really lucky to live there. And I hope this area can bring a little bit of that to this important one block stretch. And I think just in general, I'm really glad we got here. It's really good, you know, example of the Planning Commission pushing developers and asking for a little bit more. And here we got 5 times more. So I'm quite pleased with that. I think the design is good. And I'm excited to see the project be brought back before us. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. So yeah, I'd like to agree with most of what was said. I think this is a quirky property, as has been mentioned several times tonight. It's also a really important property because it's so prominent in the space where it's located, and it's part of a really rapidly changing area. In some ways, I think we're really lucky that all of these development projects are happening at the same time and relatively the same time frame, so that there's a lot of moving parts, but that also gives us a lot of options to think through and some creativity in the use of space overall to create a new feeling for the neighborhood. You know, there's changes in the pedestrianization of Market Drive coming, there's the bike path, there's new housing coming in, some things that are still yet to be determined. And I agree that I think what we saw today was a really good faith effort to understand more about what we as a commission are looking for, to respect what's in the general plan and sort of the vision for the neighborhood. And it seems like a great step in the right direction. I love the family-friendly mix that you proposed, and also the use of greenery to kind of open up the space a little bit and make it feel like a more approachable space. One thing that I've been thinking about is the open space that's offered to families or people that would eventually live in there. And I think on the one side, Christie Park is so close by that I feel like it takes a little bit of the pressure off of having a large open space available. On the other hand, Christie Park is not fenced in. So if you were to have small children in the area, you'd want to have a sense of like, what is it to move around as a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old or a 10-year-old in this neighborhood? And one thing I'd encourage you to think about is how can this project help to make this a safer neighborhood for families? There's some really challenging streets nearby. Is there anything that we can do to push that just a little bit further, and the bike connectivity, the walking experience, to really make this a place where families want to live? So I think that there's, you know, like I said, there's been a lot of really great movement. I think almost every commissioner has mentioned that, if not every commissioner, and we'd probably like to see the next iteration of this. I heard a lot of creative thinking around potential changes in the exact number of units tonight, things to explore. So would definitely like to see the next stage. I think that's it from me. Anyone else want to add any last points or reflect on anything that other commissioners said? Go ahead, Commissioner Drim.
I just want to share a small sketch that I made. Maybe it can help the applicant to explore this idea too. It's gonna be very quick. If it's possible. Okay. I was thinking like if we can add 2 more units on the eastern side of the building, which doesn't affect the car entrance, we're gonna have 10 more units. So that's gonna be total of 40 units. And the applicant doesn't need to increase the height or add another floor. And that's it for my last comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. So maybe I'll just check in really quick with, first of all, with the applicant and see if you feel like you have the direction that you need or if you have any quick questions back for the commission.
I think the feedback we've received this evening has been helpful. It's definitely given us some additional food for thought. The thoughts around how we make the space more family friendly is certainly one to take away and consider in greater detail. But outside of that, nothing further from me. I don't want to speak for everybody else from the project team, so if anybody else in the project team has any outstanding questions, please feel free to chime in. You guys know for now.
Okay, great. And then Mira, do you feel like staff has what they need in terms of commissioners' feedback at this point?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. All right, so I think we are finished with this item. Well, thanks to everybody for their very thoughtful feedback and for the great presentations. I'm going to propose that we take a 5-minute break before we go on to the next item, so that will have us back at 8:11.
Thank you so much.
Okay, it looks like we're almost all back. Not quite. Just wait 1 second longer.
Chair, I'm having Wi-Fi problems at Emeryville City Hall, so I'm just walking home. So I'm here and we'll be back on video momentarily.
Okay, thanks. Sounds good. All right, so I think we can go ahead and get started then. So the next item that we have is a public hearing, 9.1, on Marketplace Redevelopment Project for parcels A and B. So at this time, I would like anyone who has a conflict of interest, a recusal, to announce that. And I believe that's you, Commissioner Gazzoni. Is that right?
That is correct. The applicant is a client of my employer, so there's an economic conflict of interest.
Great. So Charlie will do the honor of...
Yes, I will change your role to attendee, and I will text you when we are done with this. No, I don't need to do that.
I just think I just leave, right?
I'm sorry. That's correct. You leave, and I will text you when we're done.
And I'll rejoin them. Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's right.
Great, and double checking no one else is recusing. Okay, so then Maru, as soon as you're ready, please go ahead and start the staff presentation.
Sounds good. Thank you, Chair. All right. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Marketplace Parcel A, B public hearing. Okay, so it's not moving. Hang on, give me 1 second. So this project has come a long way. The whole process started almost a year ago when Oxford Properties took over the ownership of the public market in April of last year. They decided that the existing entitlements on parcel A and B needed to be modified and proposed a new FTP. That triggered amendments to the PUD as well as to the DA. Those amendments were in front of the Planning Commission in August of this year, and the Commission recommended that the Council approve the amendments to the PDP and the DA, and the Council did that at the September 20th meeting with the second reading on the 4th. So today we are here to look at the final development plan for parcels A and B. So as I mentioned, what we are talking about are A and B, and these are the footprints of the existing entitlements on these two sites. So for today, in terms of the actions that the Commission is going to be taking, the first action is rescinding the two existing entitlements, one on parcel A, which was for residential development, and one on parcel B, which was for a research and development building. The second action would be to approve a new FTP for parcels A and B, and I'll be describing what's going to be going on there. And then included as part of that is a tree removal permit. So in terms of the project description, we are looking, the last time the Commission looked at this FTP, it was back in May, and there have not been substantial changes since then. They have refined the design as well as the plaza design. So in terms of the R&D building, it remains at 160 feet tall, and it's about 100,000 square feet of lab and office space. There is a 52.8 foot tall garage building that is accommodating a little over 700 parking spaces. And there is a one-story, 5,000 foot pavilion building, which will accommodate retail and long-term employee bike parking. And like I mentioned, a new plaza will be created as a result of this project, and that's about 27,000 square feet. So this is the site plan. This is the garage building. On the south side, we have the plaza here. This is the pavilion building, and this is the R&D building. This kind of shows the landscape site plan in terms of what is going to go in the plaza, as well as along the streetscape. I'm going to let the applicant describe in further detail the plaza design. as that has been through a certain refinement since you last saw this project. So in terms of the ground level, the lobby of the R&D building is located right here. That is the main thing to see here. The rest of the space is amenity space, which is for the building tenants. And loading and servicing is in this area as well as in this area. This is a typical floor plan for both the garage and the R&D building. At the 5th level is where there's the connection that is happening between the garage and the bridge. So this is the bridge walkway on the 5th level, and it looks like this at the close-up of that connection. I'll just note that there are, I forget what this is called, but for the bicycles, there is a way to push your bicycles through the railings in order to make your bicycles go up the stairs in an easier way. This is the section, north and south section, kind of giving you the heights of the 3 buildings. Circulation, vehicular, is restricted to the south side, as you can see. The servicing then will occur on the north side, the idea being trying to leave this area a little bit less congested. This is the circulation for the bike circulation. As I mentioned, there are some existing short-term parking. More short-term parking is proposed underneath the stairs, and there's long-term bike parking here for the tenants of the R&D. This is the circulation for pedestrians. Of note is that as you go up the stairs, there will connections to the garage at different levels, in addition to the connections at the ground level. So this is the rendering at the stair landing on Shellmount Street. This is the view from the east. This is Shellmount Street looking southwest. Please note that the signage is not part of this approval. They will come to the commission at a later date, and they're just here for illustrative purposes. What you see, this facade on the garage is going to be public art, and that is what they show in terms of the public art locations on the garage. In addition, they're also planning to have these locations for other public art spaces. These are the artist shortlist for coming up with something for the garage. And as I've mentioned, this will include removal of the request is for 5 trees, but these were trees that were planted when the Shellmount Street was realigned. The street planting at that time was coordinated with the entitlements on parcel A and B. And since the footprints have changed, so there are these 4 trees which sort of come in the way of either the lobby or in this case, the servicing yard. This particular tree right here is most likely not going to be removed, but we are requesting that this be part of the approval only because in terms of the location of where the staircases land and where the crosswalk is going to be aligned, this tree may be required to be removed, and if that occurs, then we would like that permission to come now rather than at that later time. So in terms of the findings that need to be made for the approval of the FDP, one is that it needs to be consistent with the general plan. So the designation of general plan here is mixed use with residential, which allows for a variety of commercial uses. The current proposal of lab use is consistent with the designation, and office and research lab uses are explicitly stated in the PUD conditions. In terms of the consistency with PUD and the PDP, this is further elaborated in the staff report, but the most significant deviation of the proposed FDP from the PDP is the increase in office and lab space. However, the PUD conditions do allow for this change. In terms of environmental review, EIR was done back in 2008. and an environmental checklist was prepared for this project to confirm that no new EIR or supplemental EIR would be required for this project. In addition, a transportation assessment was also done for this FTP, and some of the recommendations included in that have become conditions of approval. So I would like to highlight a few conditions of approval of what that might interest the commission. The one major one is the relocation of this uncontrolled crosswalk to align with the grand staircase. So it's right here. Second is a new signal will be required at this intersection of Shamrock Street and the project driveway. There is also a condition which requires electronic signage to be installed, which would indicate availability of parking in the garage. And there's also a condition which requires that there be crosswalk assessment studies 6 months and then 18 months after the R&D building is occupied in order to assess if there are any changes that need to be made for pedestrian or bicycle safety or any other issues that may have come up as a result of this R&D building being occupied. The other condition of approval that I would like to bring your attention to is regarding the bridge closure, and this condition basically tries to ensure that the bridge is closed to the public access for the minimum time period, and that bicycle, pedestrian, and ADA access to the bridge is accounted for to the degree it is practical. So that concludes my presentation. So staff is recommending that the Planning Commission rescind the previous planning entitlements on parcel A and B, approve the FTP for the new proposal subject to the conditions of approval that were attached to the staff report, and also approve the tree removal for 5 trees along the east side of Shellmount Street. So if there are any questions, I am happy to answer. And the applicant also has a presentation.
Great, thank you so much, Miru. Very, very clear. Commissioners, does anyone have a clarifying question for Miru at this point? Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
Could I understand more, Miru, why is the city requesting to move that crosswalk?
Yeah, well, essentially, first of all, the transportation assessment does have that as one of the recommendations. Also, the public works staffs believe that it makes more sense to have that particular crosswalk align with where the stairs land. And in terms of the sight lines, that has been verified by the transportation assessment study that the realigned location would be more appropriate.
I see.
Any other questions, Commissioner Moore?
No, that's it.
Okay, great. Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
My question was also about the crosswalk, actually, because, from what I understand, the applicant is maybe concerned about safety from that realignment of crosswalk, definitely. If that were considered, an issue, would something like installing, a speed table between before coming around the corner, because people do like to accelerate around corners, even though I think the sight lines are pretty good. Is that an option?
It was not recommended by the transportation study, but let's remember that there will be crosswalk assessment studies later on, so there will be an opportunity to fix things in terms of safety for both pedestrians and bicyclists. So at this time, we have no reason to propose anything else than what the traffic analysis and the public works staff have agreed to. And just to note, the applicant has agreed to this condition as well.
Okay.
Real quick, before we leave the crosswalk, could you pull up the picture of where it is and then where the proposal or where the proposed change would be?
Yeah. So this is the existing. And so this is where the stairs land. So it just goes straight and it lands on the other side of east of Shell Mound.
I see. One concern that I would have is if you imagine somebody coming down that stairwell or the grand staircase, and presumably they're trying to get over to the restaurants at the public market, the shortest travel distance is at the existing crosswalk where proposed, whereas if they had to cross there, they would then jog north slightly. So I'm actually worried about folks looking to optimize their pathing, and you might end up with uncontrolled crossings along a shorter travel path. Is that anything was that considered at all?
Well, that's always a possibility. I think the idea was that this gives a direct line, in terms of sight lines as you're coming down the stairs as to where you're going, instead of coming down the stairs, then making a right turn to go to the crosswalk in order to cross the street.
I would also just like to note that people could potentially be heading south on Shellman Street. And if that were the case, if they wanted to cross Shellman and then head south, if the crosswalk were at the proposed location, they would have to go north and then across and then down south again. So if that were the case, they would most likely jaywalk at the location where staff is suggesting the crosswalk be moved to.
Charlie, one clarifying question on that. There will be a crosswalk in the purple box, right, where there's a signal proposed?
I believe there will,
Yes.
They could go that way.
Okay. Great. Okay, so trying hard not to get into comments, but still staying with questions. Any other clarifying questions for staff right now? Nope. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Maru. So let's move on to the applicant's presentation. I understand there are a number of people who are going to be speaking tonight. So if possible, if you could keep the collective presentation to about 15 minutes, we'd appreciate it. And if it needs to go over a little bit, that's fine. But I'll turn it over to you, Lauren. It looks like you're ready to go.
Thank you, Commissioner Chafe. And yes, we will hopefully keep it under 10 minutes. That's our goal. So thank you, everyone, for your time tonight. Maru, specifically, just thank you for all your continued effort and work on our project. Wanted to also thank the planning commissioners and the community members who are taking time out of their evening tonight. My name is Lauren Krause. I'm Vice President and Head of West Coast Development for Oxford Properties. As Maru, next slide, if you don't mind, Greg, thanks. As Maru mentioned, we've been before the city and the community on this project nearly 10 times, including 4 study sessions with the Planning Commission. We've also had countless smaller meetings with a variety of stakeholders. Our last meeting with the Planning Commission was on August 25th. Since then, we've made very few changes, primarily to the park programming and a shorter pavilion building. Without a doubt, the project has benefited from each of these meetings we've had with community members, city staff, and decision makers. Thank you so much for helping us improve the project and shepherd us through this approval process. I'm going to turn it over to our design team to discuss the final development plans. Thank you again for your time tonight.
Thanks, Lauren. Good evening, commissioners and community members. My name is Greg Hadsel, architect and principal with HDR. This view looking northeast along Shellmount Street shows the well-received research and development building remaining largely unchanged from our last public meeting. We've simplified the southwestern building corner to better accentuate the exterior balconies and highlight their activity that opens up to the public and park. We've responded to comments about the park by furthering the development of the pavilion to relate more to the human scale of the park and less to the taller research and development building. We've reduced its height from 26 to 21 feet at its highest point, and the roof is no longer occupiable by tenants. Rather, it will instead be a pollinator green roof, better supporting the city's goals of biodiversity. The grand stair and parking garage shown on the right side of this view also remain unchanged. In this view, oriented from the current public market food hall front door, we see how much more inviting the pavilion design is and how it creates a more active experience for the public along the park. This design continues all of the improved bicycle and pedestrian features along Shell Mound Street, including protected bike lanes on both sides of Shell Mound and carefully located crosswalks, as we've discussed a little bit tonight. Maru did a great job summarizing our bicycle plan, and would like to highlight the fact that we've increased the number of short-term bike spaces by 13, listening to comments, to now provide a total of 105. We're now more accurate on showing the location of our parking spaces, with the majority of them located underneath the Grand Stair, but also with easy access from Shell Mound Street, as well as to adjacent public transportation of the bus stop, as well as the parking garage. Marcel will show this in a little bit greater detail during our landscape section. As noted by Maru, this view taken from the south side of Shell Mound, looking towards the northeast, highlights the artwork that'll be featured on the parking garage. We'll show you a little bit more about the timeline and ideas on this artwork later in our presentation. We've also simplified the corner of the parking garage since our last presentation and also increased the amount of planning on the south facade. As a reminder, public market development aligns very well with the Emeryville sustainability vision and implementation strategies such as the Climate Action 2.0 and bicycle and pedestrian plans. We've summarized the project's features into 3 main categories: community and equity, health and well-being, and climate and energy. I would also like to highlight that the project has made the decision to design it to be all electric, better supporting the city's climate action plan. And I'll turn it over to Marcel to present how we've listened to and responded to comments about the project's park and landscape design.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. I'm Marcel Wilson, landscape architect and design director at Bionic. You might be familiar with our firm's work on the Center of Innovation Public Realm, which is now under construction just down the tracks. So we're very familiar with Emeryville and your ambitions for your city. It's an honor to be here tonight to discuss the exciting future of the public market and the development of your great city. Great cities have iconic public spaces in important places. And above and beyond the PDP requirements, this project will bring a new 1-acre park as a public benefit to one of Emeryville's most beloved places. So community members, visitors, workers, food hall patrons will all now have a generous public space that's open to all to enrich their everyday lives and experiences at the public market. Next slide. The park will offer places and amenities that are not currently available in the district. There'll be flexible plaza space, gardens for pollinator species, there'll be shade from canopy trees, outdoor dining options, and a range of seating. Next slide, please. The main feature in the park will be a small hill at the east edge of the site. It's the top of the page. While screening the tracks, the hill will be a place where the community and the public can go for a picnic. You could see an outdoor movie or maybe some live music. Or it's just a place to go and get a little bit of prospect and take in the life and the buzz of the public market. And this is a place where there'll be something for all ages, especially for kids and families. With the pavilion on the left-hand side of the screen set back from the street and away from cars, it's a place where parents can sit and get a drink at a table outside and watch the kids play on the hill. Next slide. And then in addition, there'll be some climbing terraces, which you can see at the bottom of the plan on the left, in addition to some nature play elements up at the top. And at 3 different locations, both at the low end, the top of the hill, and then up at the top of the stairs, there will be overlooks to safely view the trains coming and going from the station. Next slide, please. So in addition to all of this new programming, there'll be a significant public art program, and Dorka will now describe that in more detail.
Great, thank you, and good evening, commissioners. I'm Dorka Keene. I'm the principal of Keene on Art, a art consultancy that specializes in public art. And as I understand that some of you are new, I thought I would provide a recap of the Markets Art Program and the city's process related to their percent for art requirements. I was brought on to this project in 2019 based on my extensive experience commissioning public art. I'm known for commissioning and managing the fabrication, structural engineering, and installation of complex work such as Jim Campbell's light piece on the top of Salesforce, the Bay Lights on the Bay Bridge, and Oliver Eliasson's large-scale iconic artwork at Chase Center. And additionally, for over a decade, I served as a San Francisco Arts Commissioner and was chair of the Visual Arts Committee, which commissions all the public artworks for the city, including at the airport. As you may know, the Emeryville percent for art requirement requires that developers have the option of either providing publicly accessible private art on site or contributing to the Art in Public Places Fund. The Emeryville Public Market has decided to do its artwork on site, and as per its development agreement with the city, we are developing have developed an art master plan. We've had to present three public art committee meetings to prepare and adopt the art master plan. But the development agreement allows for the pooling of art funds from the individual buildings to be used anywhere on the property. And in that agreement, it shows that the plan focuses primarily on the placement of art on the property and that the committee approves the location, not the artists or artworks. That we do include in the art master plan a process for soliciting the proposals and contracting with the artists for the design, preparation, installation of the art. The art master plan was initially approved June 25, 2020, and we are going to have the final update this coming November based on the changes in the plaza and the life science building. Next slide, please. The goals of the Art Master Plan have not changed and are aligned with the city and district's Art Master Plan. We are very interested in commissioning artwork that's an attraction and that is relevant to a broad audience and that will activate the street level experience as well as encourage pedestrian experience. I'm delighted to announce that we've just installed this week the piece on the right, the cake that is going in Christie Park that we are going to be unveiling on November 6th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it looks really fantastic in real life. Next slide, please. The total artwork budget is about $3.5 million. The exact amount will be based on the construction valuation. The locations, as I just noted, we've just completed one artwork at Christie Park in the corner. The second art location that we're focusing on is the Public Market Breezeway. And then again, with the new construction and new locations, the areas of focus are the park and grand staircase and the parking structure west side, as you've seen in some of the renderings. Next slide, please. Has already been shown, the garage artwork is going to be a dynamic piece that will welcome visitors and serve as a gateway to the market district, and anchoring it both physically and aesthetically through the south entrance of the district. The artists that you see here that are on the short list are internationally renowned and have significant experience working at this scale and attaching their artworks to buildings. Next slide, please. And these are include the short list for the park and grand staircase. And these artworks will really be a draw to the site, will activate and enhance the space, and will also serve as wayfinders in meeting places. And also these artists are highly regarded internationally. So it's really going to be an exciting art program for not only the property, but for the entire district and for the city. And I'm going to pass it back to Lauren.
Thank you so much, Dorka, and thank you, Marcel and Greg, as well for your comments. Commissioners, just wanted to say thank you again for all of your time over the past year and a half or so. So we'll turn it around and see if there are any final questions or thoughts on the project.
Thank you, Lauren. Thanks, everyone. So commissioners, any clarifying questions for the applicants at this point? Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
So I understand from the, well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. And one question I had was it was mentioned that during the construction, the pedestrian access bridge over the tracks is going to be, there's going to be an alternate accommodation. It'll be unavailable for a minimal amount of time. Could you talk about some of the measures that you guys are taking and maybe what that period of time would be?
Sure, I can start off with that, or unless, sorry, Maria, were you going to say something? No, okay. Sure, I can explain some of that. And so we're working with our general contractor, Webcor, on the exact logistics plan that will be put in place once construction does start. That'll include temporary parking facilities as well to maintain the ability for people to come and visit public market. So we don't have the plan fully settled yet. It is a condition of approval that the logistics plan will go before the Public Works Department for approval before construction can begin. So some of the things that we're talking about doing are we will be decommissioning the elevator in the stair tower and installing a temporary ADA ramp, and so that will serve anyone, but obviously maintaining ADA access is a priority when we take the elevator offline. Bicyclists can use that ramp as well. We will also be installing signage and lighting and protective areas and kind of boarding to make sure that as the pedestrians cross the sidewalk that they know where to go, since it'll be a change of conditions. So we don't know exactly all of the details yet, but they will be signed off from the Public Works Department. And we don't expect for the staircase or the ramp to be unavailable for more than 5 days over the entire duration of the construction period.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions right now? I have a couple of questions. So one is around whether there's a water fountain planned for the plaza area.
Sure, I'll let Marcel take that one. That was a comment, and there was some discussion in various meetings, Parks and Rec meeting, primarily around water features and some of the pros and cons of that. But Marcel, why don't you share your knowledge about those questions? Yeah.
Yeah, there's no water feature plan for the park, and it's one programmatically there's not a great place for it. But I think more importantly, we're in a time where water's a shortage, and I think the project's really just trying to practice good sustainability principles at all scales, including at the park.
Right, I should have been more clear. I was asking about drinking water.
Oh.
Sorry, Commissioner Chafe. Yes, I believe we do. We've been talking about having a drinking fountain. Is it, Marcel, is it close to the pavilion, or is it close to the public bike parking? I'm forgetting right now.
We haven't gotten down to specifying some pieces of site furnishings, so it's not something we've located to date.
Okay, that's helpful. And then another question on furnishings, so this may be also not ready for an answer yet, but on the deck that's overlooking the plaza, so the north side of the parking garage, is there any plan for seating up there?
So that's kind of, I want to make sure that I'm understanding. So if someone was crossing the bridge, kind of that landing area there on the parking garage, I don't think we have seating there. Partially, I think because of some concerns about safety, and we really want kind of the park to be the main place that people are meeting up. Marcel, am I remembering?
And I can help Lauren. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thanks.
So this was an issue that we reviewed with the city building department and Alameda County Fire Department. And because that landing is a part of a means of egress, they did not want features there that it would be more of a place of congregation, because they were worried about having too many people there and it would not be compliant with code. So we try to provide ample space, but we were not allowed to have built-in seating features.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I was thinking that, not to go into the comment side of things here, but there is seating in the popo that's on the other side of the train bridge. And so, you know, I was thinking that it would be nice to mirror that experience, and that was where my question was coming from. So I will leave that there for now. And then a couple more questions. I think there's plans to put tables, like movable tables, out in the plaza area around the cafe. Will those be publicly accessible to everybody or only to patrons of the cafe?
So I think it depends on which tables you're talking about. We have movable tables just kind of directly adjacent to the retail space. And I think if we want to pull up, I don't know if we're able to pull up one of the site plans kind of blown up of the pavilion. But there are some tables kind of directly south or directly west of the pavilion that will be primarily designated and probably reserved for the retail space. But then further into the pavilion, let me see, right. So just west of the retail space and kind of curving around south where the paving material looks a bit more tan, those ones would likely be reserved for the retail patrons. But you can see kind of the other movable tables just directly to the south, right? Yeah, exactly. Where those would be publicly accessible.
Okay, that's helpful.
Sure.
I had a suggestion made to me about the elevator that I wanted to check in about. So this is the elevator that is in the bottom right of the picture that we're looking at right now, the schematic, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And whether there's any chance of making that glass so that you have an experience of seeing out as you're going up and down.
I don't know if we've thought about that. Greg, is that something that your team has studied?
I think it was discussed, but not included in the final design.
Was there any reason that it wasn't included? Was it determined to not be a good idea for some reason?
It's a great question. I don't recall the final answer. Part of it might have been constructability of, the shafts that are required, and perhaps the fire rating of them. But it's something that we could, consider or take a look at further.
Okay, great. And then on some of the drawings on here, one thing I noticed is that the bus shelters that currently exist along Shell Mound are not usually in the renderings. And, it's kind of a detail, but the reason I bring it up is that I think that could influence visibility when we're having some conversations about the crosswalks and about sort of the pedestrian and bike experience around the parking garage, especially on sort of the south side of the parcel. So I was just wondering if that's been taken into account in the decisions about crosswalk visibility and also just like general pedestrian infrastructure.
Yeah, so we are maintaining those bus shelters in place. So those will kind of stay in the places that they're at now. And as you can kind of see, and just from Maru's discussion of the crosswalk alignment, some of the other offsite improvements that we're proposing here, there are a fair amount of, I would say, competing interests for Shell Mound. So we have considered a number of those questions, or kind of those, again, just those different uses. And just one point about the crosswalk, because I know that our crosswalk location is proposed to be in a slightly different place than the condition of approval. And again, that's kind of a layering of these different considerations. we are supportive and are happy to comply with the city's requested condition of approval for the crosswalk. And I think it's a really smart idea, and I haven't actually seen many other cities do this, where there's kind of a post-occupancy survey to make sure that it's working well, you know, and if it was determined that, you know, whether it's a bus shelter location or a crosswalk should be shifted in some way, you know, we would obviously we would do that. So I don't think that the bus shelters specifically are a concern. But again, we're keeping them in their current locations.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and this relates to, I think, what my last question will be for now, and that's if we could kind of think through what it's like to be a bike that navigates southbound on Shell Mound through the parcels and then past the parking garage entrance. So I don't know if you have a good slide that you could bring up to look at that, you know, maybe bringing in the signalization on the corner there.
Mm-hmm. This one be okay?
Yeah, I think so. Let me see if I can make my screen a little bigger here. So just to be a bit more specific. So right now you can see that there's a jog that happens. So there's an arrow that goes straight down, and then just past that arrow, there's a jog that happens around the bus shelter right there. And it's a protected bike area. So this is southbound on
the other side.
On the other side, exactly, yeah. So yes, exactly, right here. So right now what happens is bikes go behind the bus shelter there and then re-enter traffic. And the reason for asking is because personally I feel like it's a really tricky place because cars can't see bikes that are about to merge back into traffic there. Because the way that the intersection is structured right now, you have to go basically between cars that are going to continue on Shell Mound and then those that will be turning and going west. And so I'm wondering what the effect of the redesign of that new intersection with the parking garage entrance might look like as a bike progresses through there, and I think through 2 signals now. Just if you have any reactions to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ability to safely move bikes through the district is a huge priority for us. I mean, and as is of the city. I think that, again, Shell Mound is a challenging street for a couple different reasons. And Commissioner Chafe, I hear your concern, and I can, you know, being a cyclist myself, I can kind of envision what that would be like in some of those challenges. I don't have a solution to offer right now, but I think that as we advance in the design of that signalization, we should absolutely consider what we can do to enhance bike safety and kind of bike access, whether that is, you know, additional signage or a specific kind of paving, or, you know, I mean, I'm not, I would really want to rely on our experts, our civil engineers and traffic consultants to help us figure out a solution for that. But I'd be happy to do that, and would like to keep bike safety fully present, and as a priority one, we're looking at that signalization.
Thank you, that's great. And maybe I'll just quickly ask Maru and Charlie, is that, I mean, will there be a good point in the process to have that conversation and kind of make sure that that is taken into account?
I would say probably with Public Works, when as Ms. Krause said, when that intersection is signalized, there will have to be some attention paid to the layout, and Public Works, of course, will have to have the ultimate approval over that intersection design. So I think that is something to bring up, that we can bring up at that time.
Thank you.
Great. We have been working really closely with Public Works just because of a number of these, you know, kind of, I mean, I was going to say intersections, no pun intended, but I guess it works. But whether it's the bridge or the public stair or the crosswalk, you know, the offsite bicycle improvements, and the department's been great to work with. We meet with them almost every other week. So I would expect for for those meetings and those design decisions and discussions to continue, and even accelerate as we approach construction, and really make sure that we're having all these considerations at the forefront.
Great, thank you. All right, Commissioner Simons, I see your hand.
Thanks so much, Chair Chafe. Just a couple of questions here. So the first issue I wanted to talk about was the loading dock entrance. I see the way that you plan to bring the big trucks through is, along Shellmound through the public market. Is that right? I might be interpreting wrong. And second, would it be possible to bring trucks in the other way to avoid this really nice pedestrian, friendly area that we've created, or can trucks come in both ways, both north and south of Shellmound?
Can come north and south and turn in there, yes. And go ahead.
And can you urge them to go one direction or another, or is it just a gazillion drivers and just go in and out however they want?
I think we wanted to allow flexibility for traffic on both ways. And then just to know, we're also allowing fire truck access in there as well. So we've got a pretty good clearance to get into that dock area. And we thought by consolidating it on that north side and really getting that access further away from the park and the crosswalks was, a good benefit. But knew we would need to do some type of a curb cut at some point. And that was probably one of the safer locations to do so.
Great, thank you. And my second question is for Dorka. So obviously the big piece of public art we're planning on the garage is very, very large and very important to get right. In the background of slide 29 of your presentation, you can actually see a garage in the background that I think wasn't as successful. I don't know what other commissioners think about it. So I was wondering just if you can point to any large garages in the Bay Area where you think this can handle well, and just ideas you have about picking something that's going to look great. Thank you.
So Dorka, you're on mute as well.
Thanks, Lauren. So I do think that one of the artists that we have selected, Christian Moeller, has done a really wonderful piece down in San Jose in one of the garages there. And it's actually, if you could pull up that slide, his little box, you can see it. I don't know if you remember ever going to San Jose and seeing the hands that go down the side of a garage in San Jose. If you're familiar with that one, I think that was actually this one right here, the Christian Moeller. That I think was well executed. Rob Lay also has done, this is a piece that he did for another garage in Florida that it's really, really gorgeous. All of these artists are very talented and I think are going to come up with something very exciting. They're all very thrilled about the idea that they understand this is not just a garage, but it's actually the entrance to this district. And they are really thinking about how to create something that's going to be exciting and welcoming, that's going to be seen from afar, but also for allow people to have an experience close up. And then, to be honest, this is, I think if you look around San Francisco at some of the art that I've commissioned, I really think it's some of the most exciting, interesting artwork there. And so I think I have a good track record, and I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to continue that and really, bring something wonderful to this garage. And I think even just on the small scale, if you go look at this cake that we've just installed, I'm kind of blown away myself by how well the fabricators have designed that piece. And when you go see it, I also want you to realize that it has been totally tested for children. So even though it looks like you could pull something off, you really would have to work at it. So I think between the artist and my capabilities as an art consultant, I think that we're really going to come up with something fabulous for the garage and also for the park. I'm really excited about the artists that we're going to be working with and some of the ideas that they're going to be coming up with.
Great, thank you so much.
Great. Any other commissioners have follow-up questions at this point? Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
I just want to make sure before we leave the topic of the staircase. So my question to the applicant is, I assume you've seen the city's recommendation, the there was a study that they had somebody look at it, and I do you agree with the relocation and also the assessment of the safety with that location?
Yeah, I can talk about that, Commissioner Mora, and thanks for raising it. When we've had our meetings with Public Works, as I mentioned, we've had a number of them, including a few on the crosswalk. Our priority really was to emphasize safety for the pedestrian crossing Shell Mound, especially the southern direction of car traffic, kind of around that corner, which is why we were thinking about the crosswalk kind of being located a little further north. I went back through the report that Fair and Pierce conducted, and they also prioritize public safety. Of course, they also prioritize a few other items, including the location of the crosswalk as it relates to the new signalized intersection that we'll be building, and also path of travel kind of priorities and just how people move through spaces. So kind of after kind of looking at those and understanding really the comprehensive nature that Fair and Pierce was taking as they looked at this, when they looked at this issue, we do agree that the new proposed location kind of coming down directly from the park is something that we would be happy to build. I think, again, we were concerned just about the pedestrian safety kind of with sightlines coming south. But I think that, we'll have extra lighting, we'll have kind of the push lights that warn people that someone's in the crosswalk. And as I mentioned before, the fact that we have the post-occupancy studies that will be done, I think give us another chance to just make sure that safety really is the highest, the highest priority and is working out well.
Great, thanks for speaking to that.
Sure.
Commissioner Dram, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. For the space that we had above the retail, it was a usable space, and you removed it. What was the reason?
There were a couple reasons, and I will ask Greg to kind of talk about some of the structural and code issues or challenges with it. But just from the feedback that we heard, there was a lot of comments about the fact that we were reserving it for tenant use only, and we have this like great public park with a lot of open space and activation, but yet there was this this kind of use that was a bit more separate. And so because of that, and also because of some of the complications that came up as we were working with the fire department about some code questions we had, we decided that we didn't really need it up there. We felt like we wanted the park and the pavilion really to be something that would be more public facing, to reiterate some of the other programming that we've talked about. Greg, there's, I'm sure, a ton of other technical reasons that you can probably speak better to about getting rid of that space.
You covered it very well, Lauren. I mean, I think in the end, it made the most sense for the project and the park for it not to be occupiable. It made, I think, an overall better design, a better pavilion, a better lab building, a better tenant experience, but also a better park. And I think to make it occupiable, we would have maybe had to start to compromise more park space, maybe make the pavilion a little bit bigger. So I think just overall, it was just better to remove it and just focus on the roof being a green roof. And that's a very good thing too.
Right. I think I like that you close it through the private portion, but opening it to the public, having a staircase going up and some kind of security system or something that is going to be safe can be very helpful. Especially I've seen there's a lot more day clubbing going on in San Francisco, in the city. And this is something that I haven't seen in Emeryville. I don't know how open you are to this idea, but I think it's gonna be very complete the whole public space that you're making. This is amazing. That's like cherry on the top. And drags a lot of people to come there and hang out more.
Are you, Commissioner Dram, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, are you asking us if we would consider putting, kind of having the roof be occupiable, but having it be open to the public and the tenants? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, the public and tenants, but tenants needs to come to the public space and be as a public person to use it. So there is no connection between two buildings, so you don't have any problem with the construction or fire or anything, but that area is usable. And you can have a lot of uses for it, and it completes the whole purpose of the public space.
Yeah, we thought about that, and I think actually it was in one of, it must have been in the August hearing. They've blended together a bit, as I'm sure they have for many of you. But in one of the hearings, there was some questions about access and staircases. And as we got into some of the code questions with the fire department, we realized, we would need two methods of egress from the roof. It started to kind of, we had to make the building a little bit bigger. It had to kind of reduce some of the green space to the south. We would have to have some sort of security gate with some, chain fencing or something like that. There's a lot of kind of design implications of thinking about getting more people on the roof, whether they were, tenants or public. So it's not, we don't think that it's the best use of this space. And also, to be honest, we think that really focusing congregation in the main part of the park can be something that really enlivens it and really creates the best form of activity.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. That would be very nice for like having a small, it's not a small, a good sized day club place over there, but if you think it's not visible, you did very well. Thanks so much.
Thanks for the question.
Any other commissioner questions, clarifying questions right now? Including junior commissioners who are allowed to ask questions too. I actually have one more myself, hopefully last one. Have you considered making the crosswalking question raised crosswalk across Shellmound?
It's not something that we've specifically talked about with Public Works. I think Maru or maybe it was Charlie were saying earlier, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but just memory, that wasn't a condition or a request that Fair and Pierce had in their report in terms of raising it. I think that there are a number of ways that we can make sure that the visibility of the crosswalks is really strong and really safe for pedestrians. So, I mean, we're, whether it's more lights or again, different pavings, I think we're open to having those conversations with Public Works.
Great, okay. Good, so seeing no more questions right now, we will, I'll say thank you again, and we'll move on to the public hearing. So I will open the public hearing at 9:09, and speakers will have 3 minutes each. Charlie, can you please read the public comment script? I think we need to do that again now.
Doesn't hurt. Okay. Now is the time for the public hearing on this item. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to this item should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. I have not received any online speaker cards for this item. I will note that I do have a comment from Commissioner Henme, but that is to be read during the Commission's deliberations. Double checking my email, I do not see any online speaker cards for this item. I do see one raised hand among the attendees. Chris McCormick. So go ahead, please.
Chris McCormick, if you're there, you will need to unmute. It looks like you're muted.
I'm sorry, thank you. I thought hitting unmuted me. Great presentation. I know that Shellmound is a heavily trafficked corridor, so I know this probably isn't feasible, but if it is, could we maybe consider treating parts of Shell Mound between some of those crosswalks. So like between the current tall public market building, I guess in front of the public market hall, and around the corner, maybe near the Guitar Center, treating it kind of like 62nd Street is treated now, where it's paved with brick and it's kind of all raised at the same level for pedestrians to cross. I know that, right, like I said, Shell Mound's a heavily trafficked street, but if maybe that could be an option to give pedestrians more, I guess, priority in that area instead of giving it over the cars. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris, for that comment. Charlie, I don't see any other raised hands right now.
I do not either. Let me just double check my email one more time. No online speaker cards and no raised hands.
Okay, so seeing no more speakers, then we will close the public hearing at 9:11 and now bring the item back to the commission for deliberation. So is there anyone who would like to start and offer their comments? And I'll remind you too that if needed, we can bring up some slides that have the questions, the specific considerations that Miru mentioned earlier. Go ahead, Charlie.
May I, is this an appropriate time for me to read Commissioner Henry's comments?
That's great. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go. Statement by Planning Commissioner Rod Henry on item 9.1, Marketplace Parcels A and B. Note, Rod Henry had an ex parte meeting with the developers on October 9th, 2022, which I believe I announced during that portion of the meeting. To the Planning Commission, I apologize that I am unable to attend the meeting and join the commentary and deliberations for approval, but I am attending the National Conference of NOMA, the National Organization of Minority Architects, of which I am an active member. I have reviewed the package and recommend approval for this project. It is a strong design that has improved from its previous iteration. The strengths include: 1, a strong site organization with a generous park space with retail pavilion that creates a welcoming, open, and generous outdoor space to support the Marketplace Food Hall. 2, the park will be a highly identifiable civic space that anchors the Marketplace and the west side of the tracks and creates it a new destination space. 3, a well-designed garage structure that creates a safe and highly visible route from ground to bridge crossing. In addition, the path to the elevators is direct, convenient, and highly visible, improving accessibility for all. 4, overall, the exterior treatment of the garage building, of the office building and garage is clean, elegant, and well-detailed with high-quality materials. I do have a few suggestions to make. 1, signage. Although I see that the signage package will be a separate approval, I think it is important to point out that the Parcel B Office Lab building will be the highest building in a highly visible spot as it sits at the edge of the tracks and faces cars from the north and south along Shell Mound. The design team has used the southwest corner as a great signature corner with prominent signage. However, I suggest signage be added to the east and north faces as well, so that the Marketplace can be identified from a distance, even from a train. 2, as a bicyclist, I have found the bike rail installed at the grand stair of Emory Station West to be a convenient way to take a bike up the stairs. I suggest a similar detail be included in the grand stair for the Marketplace. And I would just note here parenthetically that I believe that is included in the design. 3, I support the 2 crosswalk locations proposed by the development team, one at the Marketplace entry and one near the bend in the road so cars making the bend can see pedestrians well. Finally, I have 2 concerns that I believe are significant enough that I recommend to the Planning Commission that these be included as 2 new conditions of approval. 1, the retail pavilion building. The 3 retail spaces indicated on the western half of the park pavilion as shown on page 12 of the submittal package are critical to the life of the park and to the character of this civic space. It would be disastrous for the park if these spaces were ever converted to private office tenant use. I have seen this happen where there's been difficulty in renting the space and the developer convinces the city to allow them to convert from retail to tenant use. This would be an attractive space for a tenant to use, as it would be a great conference space. Let's say the space sits empty for 2 years and then the city allows the private tenant to occupy the western half of the pavilion. If that happens, it will never convert back to public use. It is better to have the space sit empty for as long as necessary or be given free to pop-ups or nonprofits than to be used for private use. This issue is important enough that a COA should be included. My suggested language: the western half of the park pavilion shall not be converted to tenant private use for the lifetime of the development. The tenant bike storage area can be used by the tenant as indicated. However, the area of the 3 western spaces shall be utilized in perpetuity for publicly accessible retail/commercial or nonprofit uses that activate the park. 2, western elevation of the garage. My second concern is for the west-facing, i.e. shell-mount-facing facade of the parking structure. I support the idea of a grand public art project ornamenting and enriching the facade. I also understand the complex process of public art and the role of the Arts Commission. However, in this case, this is not a piece of art attached to the building, but the elevation of the building itself. This elevation is normally in the purview of the Planning Commission, and I am extremely concerned that we as a commission would be neglecting our duties as design reviewers if we have no input into this design. I therefore suggest a COA as follows. The development team shall submit the chosen artist's design proposal and approach for input by the Planning Commission at an early stage of the development of the artist's design. The Planning Commission will provide input regarding overall concept, material, implementation, durability, attachment, details, and any other suggestions that will support the development of the concept. Thank you, Planning Commission, for considering these suggestions.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Henry's comments.
Thank you, Charlie.
I can respond to the second suggestion of his at an appropriate time.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I just want to note that the development, first of all, the city's public art program in general and the development agreement of this project in particular preclude the Planning Commission's review of any of the artwork. The way the city's public art program works for private development, as it has since the 1990s, is that applicants have, they're required to provide 1% of the construction valuation for art, which I believe is required here too. And the applicant has the choice of either just contributing that money to the city's public art fund, or they can install the public art themselves. If they install the public art, it has to be of at least that value, and they have to provide a contract to the city staff to confirm that they have actually spent that much on the art. And second, it has to be by a bona fide artist, meaning a person that has had art shows or has credentials in art of some sort. The city's public art coordinator, who is Amber Evans in the Economic Development and Housing Division, oversees this whole process, and she confirms that the public art was actually installed by an artist and at the correct amount of money. The public art is not subject to review and approval by the city generally. It's whatever the applicant decides they want to install. It just has to be the right amount of money, and it has to be by a bona fide artist. Planning Commission, in the 22 years that I've been with the city, Planning Commission has never had the purview to review public art installed by a private developer. And that is also the case in this project. The only real difference with this project is that the public art doesn't have to be installed building by building like it normally would. The 1% of the construction valuation of each building can all be commingled into one big account, an escrow account, and then that public art that would be paid for by that money can then be installed anywhere in the marketplace project, as opposed to a building by building basis. And that is all dictated by the art master plan, which the development agreement calls for. And the development agreement explicitly says that the art master plan, after it's reviewed and commented on by the public art committee, is then approved by the community development director, i.e. me. And so once I've approved it, then that's it. That's what they can install. So unfortunately, there is no role for the Planning Commission in reviewing the actual artwork of this project.
Thank you. Very clear, Charlie. You are full of historical knowledge on this. That's very, very helpful. Okay, great. And yeah, I'll just say for the record, thank you to Commissioner Hemney for those thoughtful comments as well. Any commissioners that would like to go first? David Moore. Yeah, Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
Oh, actually, I was wondering if could we ask the applicant to respond with their thoughts on Commissioner Henmey's first suggestion of the condition of approval regarding the tenant in the pavilion.
Sure. Yeah. Would anyone like to respond?
Sure. So we have the full public market tenant base with restaurants and Guitar Center and Urban Outfitters, which is recently relocated, and we are really excited about having retail in the park. We want the retail in the park. We think it's going to be very activating. I am concerned about the perpetuity language. I don't know if that's language that other approvals have for retail space. So I think that we are fully committed to trying to lease that space. We want it to be something that complements the use of the park. We're not talking about doing any sort of retail in the lab building, specifically because we want to have retail space in the pavilion. So we're fully committed to trying to lease that space, even if it's at below market rents. But I'm concerned about the perpetuity language. So I would like to suggest that we not have an explicit condition around what that retail space can be, especially if there's language around perpetuity with it. I think we've and I don't know if folks have had a chance to walk by there. When I was in the area a week or so ago, I went into the Emory Arts show that's happening in the Urban Outfitters space. We donated the space to that program. And it's a really great show. It was really fun to go in there and see it, and with the beams and everything. So we're fully open to thinking about temporary community uses in this space, whether it's a similar art use or programming for some other community need that's around that has had a hard time locating itself. But ideally, we need that space to be rented by fully paid retail uses. So I am concerned about that condition of approval. But we are fully committed to trying to rent it to retail spaces, even if the rent is below market.
Commissioner Moore. Yeah, Commissioner Moore, do you want to segue into your comments and
Sure.
respond to that at all?
Yeah. So overall, I think Commissioner Henmey's written comments really summarize well how I feel about the project. I think it's a great design. It's it's really going to do a lot for the area. It's just a significant improvement. I'm excited for the art, the grand staircase, the pavilion, the new park, definitely. And as far as the concern over the retail space, I think where a lot of us maybe have a shared concern is what had happened with the grocery store that got turned into kind of a private lab commercial space. But I think you guys understand the appeal of having retail there. Also, the size of the space really doesn't lend itself to having some type of commercial lab space anyway. So I don't share Commissioner Henmey's concern about that space being repurposed to some type of private use. And I do think that the developer has shown a willingness to convert spaces to public use, and at least temporarily, as they did for the art show and the Urban Outfitters. So overall, I support the project, and I'd like to see, and with the conditions of approval recommended by the city.
Thank you, Commissioner Mora. Okay, anyone else who would like to volunteer to go next? Commissioner Wax, go ahead.
Okay, so I'd like to come back around to the first off the public art issue, which has been established as not going to be up for us to review, and it's kind of an uncomfortable subject, but this development is happening on Shell Mound, which is a street that was named after the indigenous inhabitants of the land on which Emeryville was founded. There's no like remedy for historical justice that's on the table here, but I certainly think that reaching out to the indigenous community and asking them whether or not, you know, they would like representation in art installations when we're planning these things is at least appropriate. Or, you know, for example, since we're talking about the rentable space, whether or not, you know, there's anything that can be done there. I cannot speak for the indigenous community because I'm not indigenous, but it's something that's been on my mind a lot lately. We have these streets that are, you know, named after the shell mounds that were removed. We have a street that's named after the people, but we don't have like a lot else. And I think we could do better than that. I did meet with Oxford last week, and so I know that they are, you know, aware of my concerns about Parcel F, and you know, we're probably listening in at the time that, you know, I was talking about why this should be, you know, motivated to be resolved one way or the other. You know, in the course of this process. This is, you know, something that's going to sit indefinitely, possibly, if it's not resolved in the near future. And I think that's going to be real unfortunate, because this, what we're looking at, to reiterate what a lot of other people have been saying, is a pretty high quality project. There are, you know, certainly parts of it that, like, you know, are not like measuring up to what my wish list would include, you know, including just looking at the design of the garage and the layout of the columns and so forth. I don't anticipate that, you know, what I think long-term, well within the life of this parking structure would be called for, which is an expansion of retail frontage, you know, in that 209-foot span that is preceded by, you know, the not really pedestrian activating hotel span, which is preceded by the Powell overpass. We're left with, you know, we're left with a pretty large gap in the urban fabric, which I think is unfortunate. I do know that, you know, the developer has worked to create a, you know, feasible form of pedestrian draw, and I am sure, you know, that if more retail frontage is there penciled out now, you know, they would probably build it. Unfortunately, I think the way that it's designed, it's never going to be converted. So basically, we're going to have this dead space for the entire life of the structure. But overall, I think that like this project has improved, you know, since every time that I've seen it. You know, I certainly think that every part of the process that I've seen on both ends, I think the city has been, you know, quite reasonable in, you know, making accommodations to move this project forward and ensuring that it's a high quality project, which, you know, again, coming back around to, you know, my concerns about Parcel F, like, you trust us to, you know, help complete a good cohesive district here, so that is like one way or another a problem that you can help solve, hopefully like sooner rather than later, one way or another. I think that the issue of the crosswalk, I like the proposal to move it. You know, as someone who does quite a lot of walking, you know, around our community, I just visualize people coming off the end of those stairs and crossing at the end of the stairs. If we're worried about people making crossings, I think that, like, you know, asking them to like do a weird dog leg in order to get across the street is something that is going to encourage more jaywalking. Whether or not that should be directed exactly the way that it is, based on some of the concerns about where people are going, I am not sure. But as far as like where people, you know, are entering that crosswalk going east to west, I think that's the appropriate placement for it. So, you know, I would like to thank I'd like to thank the developer for their time, both, our private meeting last week, and in their presentations tonight. I think a lot of really good work has been done here. No project is perfect, but I think that this is very high quality. And yeah, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Who would like to go next? Commissioner Dram, go ahead.
And Chair Chief, I don't know if this is the right time or can we do it? I'd like to know the other commissioners' input about having a use for on top of the retail space as a public use.
Yeah, I think we could do that now. We could just, if you want to take like a show of hands or something, is that what you were thinking?
Right.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and state a comment or question and then we can react to it?
So I'm thinking we have a public use on top of the retail space on the current structure.
Okay.
Yes or no?
So anybody in favor of making a recommendation, or I guess it would be a condition of approval, potentially. Let's go with in favor of first, and we could say, so in favor of a public use on top of the retail space. Go ahead and raise your physical hand.
0.
1, count yourself.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't see any other hands right now.
Okay, awesome. So no interest. That's good. Thank you. Other than that, this project is it went very well. Thank you for all of the collaboration and back and forth and changes you made. You hear us and the community very well. And good luck with the project. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Okay, and so Commissioner Simons, would you like to offer any comments or questions or thoughts?
Sure. Thanks so much, Chair Che. I think this is a really great project. Whether it's the number of meetings or something, you really wore us down on the number of parking spaces. I'm sure we all feel somewhat conflicted about that, but it is what it is. I think this is already one of the most exciting neighborhoods in Emeryville. I think this is only going to make it nicer. My daughter and I walked over to the art show, over the nice red bridge, through the mall, along Shell Mound. It was so nice to go walk further on the east side of St. Pat's, up the new stairs, and then down the fancy new stairs on this side. So excited to get this done. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Commissioner Mora, sorry, I forgot to note down if you already made your comments or if it was just questions before.
I made my comments. Thanks.
Okay, great. Okay, so that just leaves me. So I agree with much of what's been said. I do have some specific points that I wanted to make. So I believe that I saw in your presentation that the lab building, the R&D building is going to be all electric. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That is, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that we've been, kind of tracking what's been happening in the Bay Area, and as a company and as people who care a lot about sustainability, we felt like that was the right choice to make, even if it's a bit more expensive. So yeah, that's the commitment.
So I want to really congratulate you on that. I think it's an amazing achievement, and it's something that we've heard from other developers is impossible or difficult, and given they may be looking at slightly different uses for their space, but I think this really pushes us forward and sets a precedent within Emeryville. So thank you for doing that. Thank you also for mentioning the alignment with the climate action plan and the bike and ped plan. I think it's great to have continuity across the planning processes within the city, and I really appreciate you taking the time to reflect on those plans. And then also I wanted to mention the ADA accommodations for the bridge closure and thoughtfulness around that. I really appreciate that. In terms of Commissioner Wax's comment on Indigenous representation or at least consultation in the art process, I hadn't thought of that before, but I think it would be ideal. I know that you already have a short list, but if it's possible to go back and revisit and make sure that major Indigenous artists or at least representatives of the groups that have origins in this area can be consulted about it, even if it's not for the purchase of a large piece of art, just thinking about types of memorialization or representation with the budget that you have to work with, I think would be a really good idea. For the parking garage, I share the concern that eventually it will be less useful than it is now, but I also agree that you've done a lot to minimize the spaces that are there, and I think it's looking really good with the planting plans. I think it's really well integrated into the staircase and the viewing platforms. For a structure that is basically a monument to storing cars, I think it's taking on other uses, at least for now, which is really good. I would encourage you to revisit the glass elevator idea, because I think that could be just another playful draw, another element that could be really useful. I think that I had heard before that you're planning to have elevators that will accommodate longer bicycles, so up to 7 or 8 feet. I see nodding on that, but yeah, I was thinking about potentially putting something in the conditions of approval just to make clear that that is a priority, because it's the only way that bicycles would be able, large bicycles that are too heavy to push down a channel on the stairs would be able to get down. So that's one thing for staff to potentially note down. And I think I actually have a specific place for, so this is in conditions of approval for A6. I didn't note exactly what it says now, but provide an elevator that fits cargo bikes could be added there, I think. And then, let's see what else. On the park, initially I had a question about whether there were going to be benches planned for along the planted areas, and it wasn't totally clear to me in the renderings, but then in another drawing I saw that it was labeled that there were a lot of benches planned, which I really appreciate. That's great. I liked so much about the park. I think for all of the developments that we've heard recently, I feel like you really took into account the comments that were made probably from the Parks and Rec Committee and also from us about incorporating playful elements that can be used by different generations, different ages, and bring in an element of nature play to something that's very urban. So the steppers up at the top, the uneven natural elements, the terracing, I think those are all exactly what a lot of us would like to see in this area. So I really appreciate that. We talked a little bit about, in terms of bike issues, the southbound traffic issue on Shell Mound. So we talked about how that could be addressed in the signalization and review with Public Works. On the bike parking, so to be honest, I don't love where the short-term bike parking has ended up under the stairs. And my concern is about sight lines, like not having a direct view in and out of that area, especially as the trees and the planting grow up around it. You can't see it because it's behind the the grand staircase. I think it's also hidden from the train side, and it's sort of visible from the parking side. So, I don't think that there's another great place for it, but I would just encourage you to think carefully about lighting there. So potentially adding some kind of, potentially a playful lighting element. In the Sherwin-Williams project, and there's a pass through, like a cutout in the building, and I think we recommended having some light installations that change color or respond to motion, things like that. Like maybe something like that could be possible, just to really activate the space and make sure that it feels safe at night if you need to go and get your bike, or if you need to leave your bike there for a couple hours after dark while you go in to eat dinner. Let's see what else. And then, the last thing I wanted to bring up about bike access. So really appreciate the addition of protected bike lanes with concrete along Shell Mound. There's one place that I had a bit of a concern. I think it's the fire lane between the R&D building and the plaza. There's kind of an opening there where fire trucks need to be able to go through, and there's bollards. My concern is whether cars are going to double park there, because it's at the end. I think it's at the end of the protected bikeway. There's like a little gap in the concrete that's probably necessary for fire trucks to go in. And my concern is that if a car pulls over into that area, anyone coming on the bike lane, if it's a protected bike lane, is kind of stuck behind that car, and there's not a great way to get back out and go around. So I just wanted to raise it as something to think about as you get further into the design with Public Works, just to make sure that there is kind of continuity, because we know that a lot of people want to double park or look for short-term parking in front of the entrance to the public market. So I just foresee that potentially being an issue if there's any place that cars can pull over. And then in terms of the conditions of approval, so I just had a couple of things to propose here. On 4A2B, it says provide bicycle detection and consider providing a bike signal, and this refers to the Shell Mound, the new signalization. I would prefer to have it say provide a bike signal rather than consider providing a bike signal. So that's one thing for the commissioners to consider. On 4A2D, this has to do with the crosswalk being relocated. My preference personally would be to write into the conditions of approval that it's going to be a raised crosswalk. I don't see any downsides to making a raised crosswalk on Shell Mound. I think it would improve pedestrian safety and have the added benefit of slowing down cars slightly. So that's something else for the commissioners to consider. And then really small thing, 6B3, it says all bicycle spaces should be made available free of charge to tenants of the building. This might be implied, but I was thinking we could strike out tenants of the building and just say all bicycle spaces shall be made available free of charge. And then the last one is on lighting in the bike area, the short-term bike parking area. So this is 7C5. It talks about exterior lighting, and just to put in a condition there that I assume is going to be no problem anyways, but to add adequate illumination for the bike parking area to that condition. So that's it from me. Thank you so much for being so responsive, and I will look for other reactions from commissioners now. So go ahead, Commissioner Mora.
Thank you for the great summary, Chair Schaaf. I'm actually interested, I think those are all great suggestions, and I'm curious about the raised crosswalk, if that's something that either staff, maybe Miro, you could comment on that, or Lauren, if you guys had already also considered that.
Just from our side, we have not considered that because it wasn't in the report from the city's traffic engineer.
I could add just a couple of comments about Shell Mound in general. There's a stormwater system that is designed for all of Shell Mound. There's bioretention cells all along Shell Mound, and a raised crosswalk would impede the flow of water for part of that system, and would require some. And there's a lot of engineering that went into that. So I would say that's one of the barriers to doing something like that.
That's really helpful. Mira, go ahead.
No, I didn't have anything further to say regarding the raised crosswalk. It didn't show up in any of our discussions with parent peers or with Public Works staff. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just in the spirit of what I was suggesting, I think the public comment also spoke to this too, and another idea was to basically make a flat walking experience and potentially using pavers in the same way that I think it's 62nd Street does. So that might still have some of the issues if it's at the same level with the bioretention. But I think you get the gist of the suggestion. And so I see you're still unmuted, Commissioner Morris. If you have anything else you wanted to say about that, go ahead.
Oh, I'm actually interested, Marcel, your comment about the stormwater drain system. So if you had a raised crosswalk, could there then be like are you concerned about water on the street, and could there be some type of like at grade like pathway for the water to pass through, and then there could be something like over that, so there's like a channel almost, or am I misunderstanding something?
I think conceptually it's possible. It's just it's a very large system, right? It extends the whole length of the street. It has a lot of engineering considerations bundled into it. So we haven't studied it, like Lauren said, but just that would be a primary challenge, I think.
Go ahead,
Charlie.
I would just note that the entire public market area had a subdivision map that was prepared, a so-called tentative map, which then resulted in final maps, which resulted in the new parcels that are there today. And the tentative map is extremely detailed. It goes on for page after page after page, and a part of that tentative map includes stormwater treatment that Marcel mentioned. So there's this map that has been approved by the Planning Commission several years ago that does include a stormwater treatment kind of plan and layout for the entire public market PUD. And I believe it also shows the street treatments of every street and how the layout is to be and all that kind of thing. And I don't believe that, in fact, I'm pretty sure that subdivision map does not show any raised crosswalks, which normally it probably wouldn't. But if it does conflict with the stormwater treatment scheme, I just would note that overall scheme has previously been approved by the commission as part of the subdivision map.
Thank you, Charlie. Commissioner Moore, go ahead.
This question is actually for you, Chair Schaaf. So the concern, obviously, with the raised crosswalk is, it sounds like it's from an engineering standpoint, it's somewhat complicated with the stormwater system. But if the intent is kind of essentially slowing down car traffic, right? And cars do like to speed through there when they think they can get away with it. I bike that all the time. I walk it, and sometimes I drive it, and I can see why somebody would just want to go fast. Are we planning on studying, vehicle speeds? Is there an opportunity at a later point to add some type of traffic calming to that? And what's been looked at so far and maybe ruled out? And Miro, you could speak to this, and Lauren as well.
Well, there are no specific traffic calming measures that have been looked into as such, but when the Fair and Pierce did the analysis, they were looking at essentially the safety and pedestrian safety in particular when they made their recommendations. Why they did not recommend a raised crosswalk, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that. So yeah.
Yeah.
Or what about speed, like a speed hump, right? Some other mitigation.
Again, I would like to point out that there will be opportunity in terms of 6 months and 18 months after the R&D building is occupied to look at both the bicycle and pedestrian safety measures. And that would be another opportunity to see whether it's necessary or not. Clearly, at this point, Fair and Pierce is not recommending it. And to answer what will that imply, there was an indication that the stormwater design may have an impact. So to make that decision, I'm not sure whether staff is in a position to recommend that.
So it sounds like the follow-on studies looking at safety, right? There's going to be opportunities to revisit this topic. So yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I agree. And that's actually one thing I was thinking about is if it's, if there's some possibility that the crosswalk may move in 6 months. It doesn't sound like that's where it's headed, but if there's some big issue that comes up in 6 months with the pedestrian and bike experience, then that would not be good if we invested in a raised crosswalk. I think my one concern is that there was mention of like flashing beacons, which is great to a point, but when you have a highly trafficked area where there's constantly people going and it's not like necessarily a routine cadence or like predictable cadence, what can happen is people, like the drivers, get desensitized to that because they assume that they look quickly, nobody's coming. They don't see anybody, they just go through when it may be somebody who needs a little bit more time to cross or something like that. So that's my concern about having it in a really highly trafficked area. It brings attention to the fact there's a crosswalk there, but for people who drive it often, they may just stop paying attention to it. So that's why I favor a physical intervention, even if it's not necessarily called for. Just again, to my comment that I made earlier tonight on a different project, let's think about what it's like to be a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old or a 10-year-old and have that, like, can we build in some safety mechanisms so that we can have autonomy for kids to go get an ice cream by themselves and bring it back to the park? How can we build a system that really feels safe for all ages to use, if that's kind of what we're going for with the project? Commissioner Simons, go ahead.
Thanks, JJ. Yeah, I think you're totally right. I think we can and should be out ahead of the engineers in terms of pedestrian safety. I think it's a little late in the game for this project, but I just know something, me as a planning commissioner, I'm going to try and push for, maximum pedestrian safety as early on so we can really get those things here. Less than I'm taking away from this.
Yeah, and I'll just say, our focus on pedestrian safety is why we kind of brought up why we brought up the crosswalk location. It probably would have been easier for us just to say, okay, city, you want to do that? Sure, let's do that. But being someone with young children and walking around in that area with them, it is, we want the whole neighborhood and the whole area to be safe for children and for people in wheelchairs and for elderly people and people with sight issues. And so I think that we're fully committed to having the crosswalk areas be really safe, so if Farron Piers says, yeah, we should do some intervention, then that's, then that's what we'll do. I'd be happy to, sit down with them and share that sentiment so they know that it's not, that we as the owner really on both sides of the street are supportive of that.
Thank you. That's great. Commissioner Jan, go ahead.
Do you think a stoplight can help for this situation?
A stoplight in the area where we're proposing the crosswalk. So
correct.
Where the grand staircase is.
Yeah.
What do you think? I'll turn it back to you.
I think that would be helpful. Also, like person can push a button, the light is red, is the easiest solution, I think. But we need to look at it as a traffic standpoint. I'm not an expert in that, but I think that would be an easier solution for this maximum safety with the situation we have right now.
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that again, I'm not at all a traffic engineer, so I would really want to, just kind of have those conversations with the experts. And again, like we want to be very supportive, and we are very supportive about safety. So whatever the experts are saying we should do, we'll do that.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. All right, other comments at this point? Okay, so seeing no other comments, Mira, do you mind bringing up one of the slides that has the specific issues that we need to, or steps we need to take next? So one thing that I have not heard any discussion of specifically is the tree removal permits. Does anybody want to speak to that? Any thoughts on that?
Chair Chafe, if I could just clarify this.
Yep.
There are 3 actions here that Miru is listing in these recommendations. However, these 3 actions are all included in the one resolution that is before you. There are not separate resolutions for each of these actions. So you really only need to take one vote, and that would encompass all of these things.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so so there are three parts here that you can see in front of you, and I haven't heard any issues with any of them, just the potential amendments, the conditions of approval that I and I think one other suggested. At this point, would it be helpful for the commission to summarize what the proposed amendments were to the conditions of approval, or are you ready to take a vote without reviewing those? I think it would probably be a good idea to review them. Go ahead, Maru.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to review them, and let me share what I have on my notes and see if I've missed. I may have missed one thing. I need clarification on whether the crosswalk. Where did we arrive at the crosswalk? Chair, you had mentioned raised crosswalk as one of the possibilities. So I want to make sure whether is that still being put forward. And this is a question.
Yeah, it's a good question. So, I mean, I do feel pretty strongly about it, but I also really recognize that there's other, potential design and engineering issues that potentially need to be reviewed first before making any sort of final decisions on this. So what I'm trying to come up with, if someone can help and be creative about this, is like, how do we ensure that this is seriously considered in the 6 and 18-month safety reviews?
May I suggest something? So if we look at page 20 of the conditions of approval, which talk about these crosswalk studies, okay? So there's a language which says, if the assessment recommends that pedestrian signals, pedestrian flashing beacons, or other pedestrian treatments be installed for pedestrian safety at the uncontrolled pedestrian crossings, then the applicant, its successors, shall be responsible to design and install said treatments. We can include raised crosswalks as, after pedestrian signals, pedestrian flashing beacons, raised crosswalk, or other pedestrian. And we can add that would, so that nobody forgets that raised crosswalk is an option at that time. Would that be satisfactory?
Yeah, that's fine for me. Maybe I'll just take an informal poll, so thumbs up or hand up if you agree with it, commissioners. So I think Commissioner Wax and Commissioner Moore, I didn't see your hands or thumbs go up. Do you want to, or do you not agree with that amendment?
I think just in my experience, when it comes to slowing cars down and pedestrian safety, we actually have a problem on 67th Street where sometimes it's kind of an elevated crosswalk, and you sometimes see vehicles. It's fun for them to drive extra fast over those for whatever reason. I prefer to see kind of more aggressive measures. So if the study did find something needed to be done, I think there's kind of more aggressive things you can do besides a raised crosswalk. So I'm definitely in favor of pedestrian safety. I just don't, even though raised crosswalk looks nice, it's not always calming to vehicles.
Interesting. Okay.
We would also be happy to. There's some of the I don't even know the right terminology necessarily for it, but there's some of those like rumble, things that people put on the road to kind of like physically slow cars down. I embarrassingly don't know the name of those, but rumble bars or something like more of an almost forced slowing down of cars. We'd be happy to have to have that explicitly called out, possibly in a more eloquent way. But
on 65th Street at the Greenway, there is a very well proportioned speed hump that makes things very unpleasant for fast cars and very tolerable when they slow down. So it's kind of a very nice balance. As far as like all bumps that I've seen, they did a very good job at 65th and the Greenway. So I would consider that included in these other measures.
Great.
So it would be include both raised crosswalk and speed humps as potential treatments. Include that explicitly.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. I don't have strong feelings about it. I'd be surprised if the solution was a raised crosswalk, but I'm fine leaving it in and deferring to experts on this.
Okay. So it sounds like both for now, unless I'm just kind of trying to scan faces here and see if anybody's frowning. Commissioner Bass, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so the other change to the conditions I have is to include that there should be lighting in the short-term parking spaces under the stairs. And then remove the language, the condition that talks about bike parking being free, remove the language that it's free to tenants, that it should be free for all. So that's the three things I have. Did I miss anything?
Just check my notes, see if there's anything else. Making sure that the elevator is long enough for cargo bikes.
Oh, yes, yes.
Chair Che?
Yes.
On that one, what I heard was that I think you cited conditions 7A, no, 4A6.
Yeah.
And that actually is the condition that talks about having the bridge be available during construction. I'm not sure that's the most appropriate place for that condition. I would suggest instead that it go in section 7, which is about design considerations, and A is general or prior to building permit, I think. And there is no existing condition in that section that explicitly addresses this, so I would suggest adding a new condition number 9 in section 7A that just says, elevator shall be designed to be long enough to fit cargo bikes or something like that. So it's just putting it in a different place, if that works for you.
That's great.
And just to clarify, we're only talking about one elevator in the garage building that needs to be big enough, and that's the one that's facing Shell Mount, correct?
That's fine with me, yeah.
I did hear one other thing, which was condition 4A2B. You mentioned about a bike signal, where it said consider a bike signal, and you suggested striking the word consider.
Yeah, correct? I did, yeah. And so this one, again, I mean, maybe this fits more under the 6 and 18-month review. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll just ask the other commissioners here. Do you think we should require in the conditions of approval that there's a bike signal in the new signalized intersection, or wait until the review? So if you want a bike signal, for sure, thumbs up.
Sorry, what is a bike signal?
So, this is what I'm envisioning is, at least. At Bay Street, when there's a 4-way pedestrian cross, so Shell Mound, where Bay Street exits, and there's a bike path that goes towards Black Bear Diner and Trader Joe's. Is this making sense?
Yeah, there's like that bike path there.
The bike signal, I'm sorry.
Correct me, Charlie, if I'm wrong, but basically, like, there's a special signal that has a symbol of a bicycle, and it calls out specifically actions that bicycles, so it'll give you a green light specifically for bicycles to pass through. So it can be separate from the regular traffic light, and it's different than what would appear for a pedestrian to cross.
I would just suggest that I think bike signals are appropriate where the bicycles have a different signal phasing than the cars do. So if there's a reason at that intersection why the bicycles would move differently than the way the cars would move, then a bike signal would probably be appropriate. But if they're just going to follow the same patterns that the cars follow, then you probably don't need a separate signal for them.
Yeah, and so my thought process is based on the current signal that's there. It would be helpful for bikes to get out in front of the cars because there's basically the bikes are between a turn lane and a lane continuing south on Shell Mound. And so depending on what happens with the new signal also coming in, it could be advantageous to kind of give priority to bicycles to be able to clear the intersection without having conflict from cars, especially with more coming in and out of the garage nearby. But that said, if this is something that maybe we could just, make clear should be evaluated at 6 and 18 months, then I'm okay with that.
And also probably evaluated when we're actually going through the design of the, of the stoplight. We can have that be an explicit point of, review or consideration or whatever the proper, terminology is.
So maybe I'll just ask the commissioners any strong thoughts on that one.
I think it sounds reasonable to consider that down the line.
Good. Commissioner Simons, do you want to say something?
Sure. I don't know. Process is important to me. I want to make sure we're advocating at the right moment, and I'm just not totally clear when the right moment is. That sounds like maybe in the future, and the city and Lauren being reasonably supportive. So
yeah,
I feel pretty good about it.
Mira, go ahead.
I was just going to clarify that I was wondering if Commissioner Simons was wondering when the timing of the crosswalks would be, studies would be, or?
I guess I want a list of like what's the status, what are like the top 3 things we need to do, and I just want to check them off. For pedestrian safety and bike safety, I think it's a little late in the day to be making these asks after we've been through this a gazillion times. And I guess this 6 month and 18 month studies are reasonable times to do that. And this bike signal change seems reasonably easy to reprogram, so maybe it's not that hard to do it then.
And I would just note, just to clarify that language about consider a bike signal, that is in the condition now.
Yeah, no, so I agree. I will remove my recommendation to strike consider, and I think it's fine the way it is. I have faith in our public works department. I just want to make sure that these issues are really taken seriously and not ignored going forward just because they weren't written into the conditions of approval as necessary. But I think I hear good faith from all sides. So, Miru, do you have everything else you need on those changes?
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, great. So then, commissioners, does anybody want to make a motion at this point? Is there anything else you'd like to discuss before making a motion? If you have a motion, go ahead, please.
I gotta make the motion with all of the changes.
Is this also, so this is to, we're talking about the full motion to rescind the previous entitlements, approve the FDP, approve the tree removal, and adopt the modified conditions of approval. Is that right?
Correct.
Correct.
And just so I'm clear, and Miru, you can double check me here. I think what we ended up with are 3 modifications to the conditions. What I have is, let's see, number 6C2 about adding raised crosswalks and speed humps as a consideration in the future study. 7C5, lighting for the bike parking. Oh, maybe there's 4. I got 4B3 was to strike tenants of building and about bicycle parking being free. That is free for everybody.
I think I had 6B3, but I may have written it down incorrectly.
I may have written it down incorrectly. Oh, 6, I'm sorry, yes, BI, not IV. That's right. Not so good with my Roman numerals. And there was another one. Oh, yes, it was 7A9 about the elevator being long enough for cargo bikes. So is that, it was those four?
That is correct. We've got the same four.
Okay.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Dram. Does anybody want to second that?
I'll second.
That was Commissioner Moore. Yes.
Okay, go ahead and call the roll when you are ready to, Charlie.
And is everybody clear on what we're voting on? It's the whole thing with the changed conditions. All right, Commissioner Dram?
Aye.
Commissioner Gitzani?
He is.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's recused. Commissioner Henry is absent. Commissioner Mora?
Aye.
Commissioner Wax?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simons?
Aye.
Chair Chafe?
Aye.
5 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Congrats. Exciting.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes. Very exciting. Thank you. Thank you for all your guidance and feedback.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for staying so late with us tonight. Great. All right. So I'm going to suggest a 5-minute break right now. So come back at 10:16 for our last couple of items.
Can we make it longer? Or
Oh, yeah, sure.
Can I come later?
It's a balance. Oh, Henry's saying 5.
Let's get it done, folks. Come on, we're close.
How about 7? Can we do 7, Henry's?
Sure, yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
10:18. 10:18.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have everyone? We're still waiting for Commissioner Dram and Commissioner Wax. Commissioner Dram, are you back yet? Why don't we go ahead and get started with this item? Charlie, that's okay, right? Because we have quorum.
Yes, we have 5. Oh, well, yes, we'll still have 5. I will note that on the first sign application, number 9.2, Commissioner Mora will need to recuse. But we still have 4.
Okay, great. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. Why don't we go ahead and get started with that? So this is item 9.2, ratio identification signs. And Commissioner Moore, do you want to go ahead and announce your recusal?
Yes, I'm recused due to proximity to the location of the signs. How does it work? Do I get bumped to attendees?
Yes, you should also indicate either your address or your assessor parcel number.
Yes. Oh, so because I'm at 6466 Hollis.
All right. Yes, I will move you to the attendee list and then move you back when this item is over. And of course, you may speak as a member of the public during the public hearing.
Sounds good, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Great, and Navarre, hello Navarre. I believe you are giving the presentation, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, let me share the screen here. All right, are you seeing the presentation?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, great, excellent. Well, good evening, Chair, good evening, Commissioners. As mentioned, I'll be presenting on the ratio sign proposal this evening. So this is the location of the proposed signs. There are 2 proposed signs on the Hollis Street side of the campus, 1 proposed sign on 64th Street, and 2 proposed signs along Overland. So these signs include an internally illuminated monument sign on 64th Street, and that includes tenant panels and replaces an existing sign. There's also non-illuminated wall sign and monument sign on Overland, and then 2 halo-lit wall signs on Hollis Street. So these do conform with the planning regulations, which limit the amount of sign area per linear square footage of built-in frontage. So on the left side here, we have a proposed sign, and then we have the existing sign that will be replaced. So the existing sign is about 20 feet across and 15 feet from the base all the way to the tippy top of these posts above it. The proposed sign is 19 feet horizontal and 11 feet vertically. And here are the specs on that sign and the night view, so you can't see it's illuminated, and you can see that there's tenant signage in the middle here of the sign, and that can be changed out as the tenant changes over time. Then here are the wall signs that are not illuminated, and these are along Overland Street. And, I apologize, let me go back. And there's also the monument sign that I did not mention there. And then here are the specs on that. So they have a little bit of dimension, then you can get an idea of what that would look like next to a car or person. And then here are the signs for Hollis Street. And these are not illuminated, or pardon me, they are illuminated, but they're halo lit. And here's what that would look like in the evening, or at nighttime rather, at the bottom of the screen. So for signs, you have to make findings for both the signs as well as for design regulation findings. So for sign requirements, the proposed sign is necessary because of the nature of the establishment and its location. The proposed sign is no larger than necessary, that it complies with the applicable provisions of the planning regulations, and that the sign's size and features keep with the visual character of the area. Also, the signs are readable and the signs relate well to the design of the building and be compatible with architectural features, colors, and textures. So staff has found that all of these things be compliant with this sign. And then for design review, the design of the project is consistent with the general plan and the urban design goals and policies, that the design conforms to the Emeryville design guidelines, and the project is of a high design quality. So again, staff has found all of these things to be true for these signs. So staff comments are that staff initially suggested reducing the size of the illuminated monument sign, but the applicant pointed out that the size was necessary to accommodate. Okay, you can also see me. I'm sorry, my child just woke up. It was disruptive. So the applicant said that the size was necessary to accommodate the tenant signage, and the sign is not oriented towards residential uses and meets requirement planning regulations. So after that discussion, staff agreed with the applicant, and all signs meet the planning regulations. So there's no problem there. And there is a proposed condition of approval to require that the illuminated signs have a dimmer switch and be dimmed at the satisfaction of the community development director if that's necessary. That's a standard condition of approval we have for illuminated signs now. So staff recommends approval. The applicant is here for questions but does not have a presentation tonight, and of course I'm available for questions as well.
Thank you so much, Navar.
Sure.
Do commissioners have any clarifying questions for Navar? Go ahead, Commissioner Jim.
Can we put input about the design of the typography, or this is something that we cannot discuss here?
I believe we're limited in our ability to discuss that. Is that correct, Charlie?
The typography?
Yeah, the way that looks.
You mean like the font?
Correct.
That they're using? You can regulate appearance, you just can't regulate content. But I would state that I believe this is their corporate look. I mean, this is probably their branding, and that's why they have designed it that way.
Okay. Yeah, because
the signs
next
have to be readable. That's the finding, that the signs have to be
readable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions for Navar? Okay. Any questions for the applicant?
So I think on the page 9, we have the building number next to the sign, and they're not matching at all. And in general, I think they could do better. If there's their logo, that's fine. But if it's not their logo, they could have better typography that's less confusing, especially on the T portion.
Is this the slide you're referring to?
9. This is 6, I think. 9. Yes, you see 6401. That's not matching the ratio. Either we need to change the 6401 or change the ratio. I believe these are not matching.
So maybe a clarifying question is, are we speaking about, like, is that address signage included in what we're addressing today?
Oh,
it is not, and the address signage, anything that's 2 square feet or under is not required to have a sign permit. So it could be of any font or design that the building ownership desires.
Well, also that address, I believe, is already there.
That's correct.
So that's not a new sign. It's just a ratio sign that is new.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Simons, you want to say something?
Oh, I was just going to make a motion to approve the permit.
We need to hold a public hearing first.
Oh, got it.
All right, so let's move on to that then. It's a little hard for me to see all the commissioners in one place because of this
Maybe,
screen
do we still
sharing.
need to see the PowerPoint?
Yeah, maybe, I think we're probably done with it for now.
you
So
take it
Navarre, if
down,
you don't
Navarre?
mind
There you go,
sharing.
that's better.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so I'm not seeing any other raised hands among commissioners, so let me go ahead and open the public hearing at 10:29. Any speakers will have 3 minutes each. Charlie, can you please read the appropriate script?
Sure. Now is the time for the public hearing on this item. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to this item should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen. Or if you're calling in, press *9 on your phone. I do not have any online speaker cards for this item, and I do not see any raised hands among the attendees.
Okay, so seeing nobody who would like to comment or speak, we will close the public hearing at 10:29. Are there any commissioner comments for deliberation at this time? We can also entertain motions.
I make the motion.
Okay, so this is the motion to approve the major sign application for the Ratio Innovation Campus tenant and wayfinding signage subject to the attached conditions of approval. Does anybody want to second that motion?
I'll second the motion.
All right, are you ready?
Ready.
On the motion by Commissioner Dram and seconded by Vice Chair Simons. Commissioner Dram?
Aye.
Commissioner Gitzoni?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry is absent. Commissioner Mora is recused. Commissioner Wax? Is Commissioner Wax with us? Vice Chair Simons?
Aye.
And Chair Chafe?
Aye.
All right, that is 4 ayes, so that is sufficient. The application is approved, and this decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to item 9.3, Bay Street identification signs. I don't believe that we have any recusals on this item. Please correct me
no.
now.
No, I don't believe we do.
Okay, oh, and can you bring back Commissioner Mora, please?
Yes, I was just trying to, let's see. Okay, there are 2 Commissioner Moras, so I have to promote them both.
Out of body virtual Zoom experience.
Yes. Okay.
Great. Okay, and Navarre, as soon as you're ready, please go ahead with the presentation.
Sure. Hello again. There we go. There we go. All right. So now I'll be presenting on the Bay Street Monument and wall signs that are proposed. So here at the top of the screen, you can see where the monument sign is proposed. This is Chalmont Street, and this is Bay Street here. And then on the back side facing the tracks and the new bridge are the proposed wall signs. So the proposal is to place one monument sign that was initially approved by the Planning Commission back in 2005, and then to add 2 painted wall signs to the parking garage facing the Pet Bike Bridge. So these signs do conform with the planning regulations, which, as I mentioned in the previous presentation, limit the total square footage of signage based on the linear facade of the building that they're placed upon. Here is the existing monument sign at Ohlone Way and Chalmont. And here is the proposed sign in the daytime. and that same proposed sign during night. Here's the design of that. You can see that there's a slight curvature to the sign. And then here's the existing proposed side by side. So you can do a little comparison there. So here's existing wall sign facing the Pedrive Bridge. And the proposal is to remove that sign and then put a different sign up further to the west that's more vertically oriented. And then here's the existing wall signs, again from the bridge. And you can see here that there's the two signs now in context, and the improvements you see around the garage entrance are under a separate sign permit for minor sign permit improvements. And then here's just the specifics on the dimensions for both of these signs and how high off the ground they are. So again, the sign, there's 6 sign findings: that the sign is necessary because the nature of the establishment is location, that the sign is no larger than necessary, that the proposed signs will comply with all regulations, and that the size and features are consistent with the visual character of the area, that the signs are readable, and that signs relate well to buildings and architecture. And then for design review findings, that the design of the project is consistent with the general plan and urban design goals and policies, that it conforms to the Emeryville design guidelines, and it's of high design quality. So staff worked with the applicant to reduce the size of the wall signs, and the proposed illuminated monument sign is not oriented towards residential uses and meets all requirements of the planning regulations. And the proposed conditions of approval, as in the previous sign I mentioned, that's standard now, that all illuminated signs have a dimmer switch should the sign need to be dimmed, and that there is a provision that they can be dimmed to the satisfaction of the director should there be any issues. So staff also recommends approval of this project. I'm available for any questions, as is the applicant.
Thank you so much, Navar. Are there any questions first for Navar? Okay, seeing none. Any questions for the applicant?
Oh, I should promote the applicant, sorry. Let's see.
It may not be necessary because I'm not seeing any questions. Okay.
Well, okay, if there's no questions, I won't bother to promote them.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any questions. So let's move on to the public hearing. The public hearing is now open at 10:36, and speakers will have 3 minutes each. Charlie, can you please read the script?
Now is the time for the public hearing on this item. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to this item should have submitted your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for me to read your comments into the record. If you are participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. I will check my email for any last-minute online speaker cards. Do not see any, and I do not see any raised hands among the attendees.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. So seeing no one who would like to speak on this item, we'll now close the public hearing at 10:37 and now come back to the commission for deliberation. Is there anyone who would like to make any comments on this item, or if not, then we could take a motion?
Mark, can you take down the PowerPoint, please? Thank you.
Okay, so I don't see any comments. Anyone ready to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the permit.
Okay, cool.
I'll second.
When you're ready, Charlie.
Motion to approve the application. Commissioner Graham? Aye. Commissioner Kitzoni?
Aye.
Commissioner Henry is absent. Commissioner Mora?
Aye.
Commissioner Wax?
Aye.
Vice Chair Simons?
Aye.
and Chair Chafe.
Aye.
6 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days. Thank you.
Fabulous, thank you. Okay, so we are done with item 9.3, which leaves us with item 10, Planning Commissioner comments. Would anyone like to offer a comment at this time? Commissioner Jam, go ahead. I can't hear you. I don't know if it's just me. Oh, there you go.
Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Sorry. For next year, when the commission in person, can we make it somehow hybrid so people can join the meeting while they're not present in person?
I think that may be considered. However, if we're talking about the commissioners themselves, I'm sorry, Chair.
Including themselves.
Is it appropriate for me to respond here?
If you'd like to respond now, that's great. I'm also curious.
Okay. My understanding is that the Brown Act in its full glory would be back in effect as soon as the state of emergency ends. And that requires the commissioners to be physically present. There is a bill that has passed, and I think it's been signed, I'm not clear on its status, that does allow some limited exceptions to that for emergencies, but it's very limited, and it can only be a certain number of commissioners, and I don't really know the details. I don't know, Christy, do you have any further information on that?
That's a pretty accurate general description. The exceptions to the Brown Act, there are going to be new emergency exceptions to the Brown Act, but they are pretty limited in scope, and they're generally for emergencies and that kind of thing. And it's kind of untested what an emergency under those sections are, because this is going to be new. But when we have more information, we'll definitely update the commission and take direction from the council on how the council is going to hold their meetings as well.
In general, though, I think under the Brown Act, as it is, you all have to be physically present at the meeting.
And there's nothing in the pipeline that would help, recognize that this has been actually somewhat of a good thing for a lot of people. I don't know about everybody else, but I don't even know if I could have taken the position on the Planning Commission without the flexibility of the teleconference capability.
Well, we have to comply with state law. So, whatever they decide in Sacramento is the rules we have to follow. So I think all of those things have been considered and debated in Sacramento, but my understanding is that the exceptions are extremely limited and we are required to follow them.
Understood, but nobody's put forward anything that would offer to, make an exception without the emergency provision. Is that correct?
You mean a new state law to that effect?
Yeah, I haven't been paying attention, so it sounds like the answer is no.
My understanding is there have been a lot of proposals floated in Sacramento, all kinds of different proposals, but none of them have made it. None of them have been passed and signed by the governor. Is that right, Christy?
That's correct. The only one that's been adopted provides just those limited emergency exceptions to not in person, and only for a certain, you still have to have a quorum in person.
That's not to say that the state couldn't pass something different in the future, but as of so far they have not.
Yeah, it's my understanding that we have, like Charlie said, until February 28th when the governor, is supposedly going to rescind that order. And we don't know if that is going to happen either, in which case, our AB 361 findings could, probably continue to be made as long as that state of emergency exists.
I will call Governor Newsom.
AB 361 is good until January of 2024, I believe. As long as the state of emergency is still active.
Thank you.
How about the public?
Well, the public can always watch the meeting on TV or live streamed, and they can submit written comments They've always had that ability. They could send a letter to you all prior to the meeting, which would then become part of the record. So actually the public has a little more leeway in the way that they can participate and offer comments. But if they want to make live comments, I believe they'd have to be physically present at the meeting.
Unless the city provides a platform like this by which where they can make live comments. So if the city provides it, it can be done. And some cities, have done that for a while now, have had a hybrid approach. But but there's no law that says the city is required to provide such a hybrid meeting. So
the public could participate via Zoom?
Correct.
But the commissioners have to be physically present?
Correct.
Okay.
Good to know. I know it's late. I wanted to follow up on just one thing that came up tonight, which is, I think, Henry, you were the one who raised it, Commissioner Simons, that about getting information in time, specifically tonight about pedestrian and bike safety, in order to be able to make judgments earlier on in a project cycle about what we would recommend. And sorry if I'm not characterizing that quite right. I agree with that. And I think some of the comments that, we can't talk about projects we were already talking about tonight, but a lot of the information that we take in as a council is provided to us about 5 days before our meeting, 6 days before our meeting. And so my understanding is that oftentimes that's the only period we have to take in information like, traffic safety studies, things like that. And then our opportunity to provide comment on that and recommend changes would be at the meeting itself. I wanted to bring that up as a topic to see if anyone else had any other thoughts about it, and also to check with Charlie and see if I'm misunderstanding that in any way. If there's other opportunities to view that type of information, for example, for an FDP ahead of time, or if it's only in the packet that we get that information.
That's a little tricky. If there's something that we have in our files that has been prepared before the packet goes out, most likely that's a public record, meaning that anybody would be allowed to be able to see it. We could potentially provide that to the commissioners ahead of time, but I think if we were to do that, we'd have to provide it to all the commissioners and make sure it was also available to the public. So that's a little bit out of our ordinary way of doing things. Sometimes we will have studies prepared ahead of time, and they'll be at a study session. We'll have information for you all at a study session, which is before you're called upon to make a decision, which gives you more time. Other times the studies, the applicant and the consultants are scrambling to get it all done prior to the public hearing on the project. And so then you have a more limited time to look at it. I understand what you're saying. I don't have a real simple, straightforward answer though, I'm afraid.
Okay, and then maybe just one logistical follow-up to that. In general, moving forward, if there are suggestions to conditions of approval that we would like to make, does staff prefer that we email those in advance in some way, or is it most appropriate to just present them at the meeting?
I don't think it really matters that much unless it's something that's going to require further study, in which case we might suggest that the condition be worded to require further study, like the condition about the raised crosswalks tonight. But in general, I'll tell you what I appreciate, Chair Chafe, is when you specifically cite the condition number as you did. You had a lot of different suggestions, but it was not that difficult for staff to follow what you were saying because you had the condition numbers. And so I pulled up the conditions while you were talking and I just looked them up. And that made it a lot easier. And if you have specific language that you would like to offer for the condition, that's helpful too. We're kind of used to doing things on the fly, on the floor of the commission meetings. It's not unusual for commissioners to change the conditions, and we have to scramble to try to figure out what you're saying and get it down. but as long as we can do that, we can clean it all up after the meeting. We can, as long as we know, as long as staff and the commission are clear what it is you're voting on, and preferably the language that you're voting on, we can, like I say, we can clean that all up afterwards in the conditions.
Great, okay. Any other questions or comments, commissioner comments?
Yeah, because it came up earlier tonight as, an obstacle to, perhaps us getting something we wanted, I would appreciate an opportunity to maybe review the FAR issue. So we make sure that we're not, self-defeating in that regard. I don't know what all of our options are, but it would be a good thing to go over, in my opinion.
So Charlie, is that a amendment to the general plan to review FAR rules?
Well, not necessarily. I think I'm just thinking out loud here, trying to figure out what the best way would be to address this. But I think first, FAR is a little bit complicated topic, and people often don't understand exactly what it means. So I think a little bit of education and discussion around it might be helpful at some point. I don't think, a general plan amendment is kind of a big deal. In this case, I would say it's potentially a bigger deal because if we're talking about the core area of the city around, say, for example, Powell and Christie, that's where the highest FAR in the city is. And if you want to make it higher, then you're kind of going beyond the boundary of what was studied in the general plan EIR way back in 2009, because you're potentially enabling a greater level of development than what the general plan originally envisioned. And if you do that, then we probably have to do some new CEQA analysis. And I don't know if that means a whole new EIR or an addendum to our existing EIR or what, but it's something we have to look at. Whereas if you're lowering the FAR or doing other things, if you're not making the envelope bigger, then it's not so much of an issue. But if we amend the general plan to make the envelope bigger, then we have to think about what the implications of that are.
Commissioner Wax, would you like to schedule a future agenda item on FAR?
Yes, I think that would be great, especially if it's going to involve a lengthy process to possibly amend. Then I think the sooner the better.
We have a pretty full agenda for you at your next meeting on December 8th, and I'm not sure about after that, but we could look at some time in the early part of next year to have a study session on this.
Great.
Would that be acceptable?
Sounds good.
Are there, let's see, for the planning commission, there's quorum is 4. So we kind of need to hear from 4 commissioners that they want that.
Thumbs up if you're interested.
So maybe a pamphlet can help a lot, so we can read it before that meeting. A pamphlet or like.
Well, we would publish the staff report, a week before the meeting, as we always do.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay, so we'll schedule a study session for sometime early next year on FAR.
Wait, Charlie, quick question. I support the visiting that topic, but just hypothetically, are there developments that get put up for approval that come with any sort of general plan update or exception? Like I'm actually thinking of, like, for example, the Ane Tower that, it's no longer a project, but did that fall within FAR acceptable limits?
Believe it or not, it did. The Ane project was within the general plan FAR height limit, and there's no height limit. And it's FAR really is what governs. So FAR height and residential density as dictated by the general plan. The Ani project complied with all of them.
Okay, so then I think it does leave, yeah, I do like the way Commissioner Wax posed the hypothetical. It's like, is that the only thing stopping us from, gaining housing in one location? So I think it's good to talk about the topic in general.
Okay.
All right, any other comments? Seeing none, then we can move to adjourn this meeting of the Planning Commission. Thank you so much to everyone for hanging in there. It's 10:54. Thank you, staff, for all the great work.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a good evening.
You did a good job, everyone. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.